It's a dream chased by thousands of Brits each year.
Number one's the weather.
Heading to Europe to set up new lives and businesses in the sun.
Are you ready?
They're seduced by gorgeous scenery.
It's just about the space out here. There's so much space.
Year-round sun and a better, cheaper way of life.
Our living room in London, you'd fit in 4 times.
But how easy is it to turn the dream into a reality?
Money's dripping in and flooding out.
In this series, we follow those expats as they say goodbye, Blighty.
I think I'm full.
And begin their new lives, setting up bars and restaurants in Spain.
That's what we're talking about, girlfriend.
Gîtes and B&Bs in France.
Totally and utterly out of my depth.
When nothing is ever as simple as it sounds.
It's probably not good for my blood pressure, yes.
It can fail, but it won't fail. Not if I've got anything to do with it.
On today's show, after some minor setbacks in Spain, the owners of a high-end restaurant hit a major problem.
Nightmare, absolute nightmare.
Will things ever be the same again?
And this is what's killing us at the moment, and it really is, things like this.
Pulling out the stops for their biggest ever booking.
He hoovers everything. He's hoovered the bath today.
But will things go to plan for these great escapers?
The doorbell rings, it's not normally
The
good
doorbell of
news.
gloom.
And it's the end of the summer for these publicans.
We've come out here for a better way of life, and what can get more better than this?
But have they done enough to stay?
Let's just carry on and celebrate life.
With its sparkling seas and endless summer sunshine, Spain is now the most popular destination for British expats in the whole of Europe. Living costs are around 1/3 of those in the UK, which means that those brave enough to take the plunge can reap rich rewards. Among the jewels of the Andalusia coast is the village of Mijas Costa, now home to Steve and Alison Hyatt, who moved here from Dundee to set up a high-class fish restaurant.
Things about living here is, obviously the cost of living here is so much cheaper than the UK.
Well, the outdoor life, I think, is the main thing. You can actually go out and you're not having to dress for every weather eventuality there might be.
No.
You know, you can wear the right clothes here.
Earlier in the spring, the Hyatts took over and transformed a rundown restaurant.
And your lobster. There we are.
3 months on, it's the height of the summer and the Blue Marlin is now one of the most popular spots in town.
The fish was so fresh and the flavours were just absolutely amazing.
With over 6,000 restaurants on the Costa del Sol, Steve and Alison need to stand out from the crowds. They want to become known for offering an exclusive food and wine experience. So need to become experts in Spanish vino. And today is the first step. They're off to a vineyard in Ronda, up in the Andalusian mountains with wine suppliers Alicia and Paolo.
I love that it's so green up here. Reminds me very much of Scotland and the hills in the north.
The journey is a chance for Alison to check on the restaurant's review rankings.
I'm still on number 1.
Yep.
Are you number 1 today in the
We've been number 1 for quite a few days on TripAdvisor now, yeah. Such a short space of time as well.
Wow.
After a short journey and with only minor delays,
Oh, don't break the car, please.
they arrive at the 6-hectare vineyard.
I mean, it's like a painting when you look up here. It's just so beautiful, it really is. Now see where some of our wine's made. So, brilliant.
I smell that.
Hello.
Cheers. Cheers. Sanjibar.
It's beautiful. It's lovely, isn't it?
No, it's lovely, that. I think it's a fantastic setup. And I think it's great that we can sell wine that you know the history of, because our customers are mainly Northern European, and they're very much into traceability, food miles and all this sort of thing. So the more information that we have about what we're selling, the easier it is to sell.
And now a chance to learn about something very special.
And then we have a surprise.
A wine that could be perfect for the Blue Marlin.
The blue wine.
Yeah!
The blue wine for the Blue Marlin.
Blue wine was invented in northern Spain and is made with a blend of grapes and a special ingredient.
It's a secret that we make it, as he make it. So it's a blue wine which comes from a white wine, but then it's been treated to come with the blue. So it's a surprise.
So this is the Viognier Sauvignon Blanc.
This is a Sauvignon, yeah.
Oh, look at the colour, darling.
Chin chin. Well done, Lucia.
That's absolutely amazing.
Lovely.
Beautiful.
Despite not knowing the mystery ingredient, Steve and Alison are so impressed they decide to put in an order.
They source things that nobody else has. Right?
It's unique.
It's unique. And not only that, I mean, they give us the opportunity to see where it's made. Come and meet the people that make it. It's wonderful here. And you're going to need direct near enough, you know.
And because it's such a limited production, you cannot find it on a shop shelf anywhere.
And with their newfound wine knowledge, they feel ready to make a real go of the busy summer season. But just a couple of days later, there's a major setback for the Hyatts, and one that could threaten their entire future. A blocked drain has caused a flood in their restaurant. The worst has been mopped up, but the bar and whole dining area is still unusable.
We're making great headway, certainly with customers and things, but we keep getting these setbacks, and they're all financially quite hard.
This couldn't have come at a worse time. Spain is now packed with tourists, and the Blue Marlin will have to close. The Hyatts have no idea how long the repairs will take, but from today, their dreams of success are on hold. Off the beaten track, but bursting with rural charm, the pretty village of Aubetière-sur-Dronne in Charente, southwest France. Officially one of the country's most beautiful villages, it's the perfect place to take your foot off the pedal and immerse yourself in the laid-back French way of life. One couple doing just that is Carol Hedditch Gray and her husband Richard.
Oh dear.
Who's an ex-driving instructor.
What a lovely view. Ask for better. Look at that. Hay bales, sweet corn, sunflowers, and empty roads.
Traffic-free roads are one of the greatest draws for expats.
I think I've adapted really well to driving on the right-hand side. I think it's actually very much more natural. Look, you can drive in the middle of the road, no one comes the other way.
Yeah, I know you can. Doesn't mean you're supposed to.
Richard and Carol have just bought this group of houses with a pool for just €307,000. That's around £220,000. And they're turning them into a self-catering complex because they're convinced that Aubetière is a perfect place for holidaymakers.
One of the top 10 villages in the country. And it's got a very famous subterranean monolithic church. It's on a pilgrimage. It's a beautiful, beautiful place.
It's now July.
Hiya!
Richard and Carol's very first set of guests are halfway into their stay and things are going well.
It's good hearing them laughing and playing in the garden and seeing the enjoyment of what we've done.
Pool's a bonus, definitely. And having it to ourselves, we won't worry. We'll just let the kids have fun, and that's what it's all about, really. And us relaxing away from work.
There's space for them to have fun. Kids will be kids, they're going to make a bit of noise, I guess, but whereas we'd normally worry about that, they can let their hair down and enjoy themselves here.
Time has always been against Richard and Carol. They moved into the property at the end of May, and it's taken 6 weeks to complete the lower schoolhouse ready for these guests. With the summer season already underway and more guests due soon, they need to get the upstairs sorted too.
Oh my God, it's more daunting than I remember.
We're ready
Yes.
for it.
Yes, dear, it will be fine. This is the biggest one, so there's a lot of area to sort out.
This property became something of a dumping ground while Richard and Carol finished the lower house. Now it needs a deep clean and declutter.
So there's a hell of a lot to do in a week and a bit. We're going to have some very long days. Being realistic, I think we're going to struggle. Work's managing to be done from a chair, I see over there. That looks nice and comfortable.
It is, thank you. It's much better than sitting on a floor.
What, kneeling on the floor round the toilet, you mean?
You chose that job, I didn't give it to you.
I chose this job. I think not.
The 3-bedroomed upper schoolhouse will eventually cater for 8 and will cost €1,000 a week in peak season.
This is going to be our more luxurious sheet, so the finishing touches will have to be very spot on.
But high quality costs, and already their credit card is stretched to the max.
Carol does lots of planning on how it should look, but with no concern really about cost.
I do have a concern about cost because I don't buy the most expensive stuff, and we've already had the most enormous compliment from our first customers who actually said the attention to detail was very, very special and they were really impressed.
It's great that they're really happy. I just hope we're going to be able to eat and drink in the winter.
How to survive the quieter winter months is a worry for any new business in the sun. Money has to be made when it's busy in the summer because come October, hardly any tourists visit this part of France. Richard and Carol need to cash in while they can.
Yeah, it does worry me. I don't like having thousands on a credit card and not knowing when it's possible to pay it off.
It doesn't really worry me actually because I know we'll be successful. We're getting towards the end now and we've already finished one sheet and we've got this sheet to do and you
Getting
can't...
towards the end of spending, are you saying?
No, not towards the end of spending.
I got excited then.
You can't cut corners when you get to this stage. Yes, it's going to take time, but it's not so much money that I don't sleep at night. I'm confident that in a couple of seasons we'll be able to pay it back. So.
Richard and Carol are now just about at the finishing line. All their properties are almost ready to welcome guests, and they're about to find out if this new business can solve all their money worries. The Costa del Sol, a part of Spain famed for its dramatic mountain backdrop and shimmering blue seas. Its stunning shoreline is lined with buzzing bars. And in the popular tourist resort of Fuengirola, a pair of ex-British publicans have made a name for themselves with their bar, serving up food
Looks lovely, doesn't it?
and entertainment.
Welcome to the Mariners on the Marina!
Steve and Jill Lewis moved here from Barrow upon Humber in February to open Mariners on the Marina. It's now coming to the end of summer, and after a successful first season, they hope they're here to stay.
It's just a pleasure coming to work and seeing this every morning. Back home it was a supermarket blank wall. It's a pleasure to come to work, and when the sun's shining, it's great.
Tonight, Steve and Jill have a big night ahead of them. When they first arrived here, they discovered Steve's brother Dave had cancer. But now Dave has been given the all clear.
Tonight is going to be a fantastic night for my baby brother here, and you know, it's just going to be the icing on the cake for us, and let's just carry on and celebrate life.
Well, it's Steve's brother, so although he's been my brother-in-law for a lot of years and we are all very close, it's obviously affects him, you know, probably more than it does me.
You know, it was always at the back of your mind, whatever you're doing, you know, you're back thinking, well, you know, what's going to happen? Is he going to survive? Is everything going to be all right? And you just want it to be all right, you know, and you just pray that it's going to be all right. Oh. And that's what tonight's about. And you're playing dirty.
My attitude throughout the whole thing is, to hell with it, live life, laugh, enjoy your son. Doctors will do their bit. You just get on with carry on living. You've just got to have the positive attitude and just tell yourself and tell everybody else you're going to beat it.
Time to party, brother.
Yeah, let's do it, kiddo. Well, you two, kiddo.
Tonight, Steve is planning a special tribute for his brother.
Here we are, Dave. I'm going to read a speech. If you want to come in.
And it's time for him to take the stage.
Come in and have a listen. He actually got the all clear from his cancer. As soon as we knew he was able to fly, we decided to fly him and Mandy over here to celebrate it with us. We love each other to bits. We're always there for each other, whether on this side of the water or the other. So thank you all for coming and celebrating this celebration of life. Let's have a party. Let's sing and dance. You know, we're here for good. Thanks, bud.
And with the speeches over, it seems tonight is also a good night for the Mariners in more ways than one.
That was a result. That lady on table 7 said, it's the best meal we've had all holiday. And I went, I said, I will pass that on to the chef. And then I went to her, now you're going to tell me we're home tomorrow, right? You should know. Result.
Result, yeah.
This bar is fabulous, wonderful, provides great food, great entertainment, lovely staff. The owners are all right as well.
We've left the bad weather behind, you know, the pain of being in England, the joy of being in Spain. Well worth it. Worth the hard work.
But now, as the season is coming to an end, there's a big decision to make. Has the Mariners on the marina been successful enough to keep Steve and Jill's dream of a life here alive?
It was a big risk because we've used our pensions, haven't we?
Yeah, we've put a lot of money on the line to do it, to make it work, to make it happen. Why not?
At the Blue Marlin in Mijas Costa, disaster has struck. A blocked drain has caused water to flood across the restaurant. Steve and Alison's usually pristine dining area is in chaos, and now they've had to close their doors at what should be their busiest time of the year. With no idea how long it will take to fix, their whole future is hanging in the balance.
The water looked clean, but just smelt a bit, and then it started to get worse. It got worse and worse. It got greyer and dirtier, so we had a problem. Then the sinks were draining very slowly.
Basically, building's not fit for purpose.
No.
The plumbers are struggling to find the source of the blockage. Steve and Alison have no idea how much this could cost.
Laughing now.
Yeah, you got to laugh. Because if not, you're just crying. Lovely restaurant demolished.
Not exactly demolished, but
Well.
the cleaning job's got to be something else. Obviously, you've got to sterilise it.
Get somebody to refit the toilets.
Yeah.
It's obviously been concreted in, so they had to rip it up. It's full of rubble, hand wipes, grease. That's a smell you never get used to.
But now you can hear it going down the pipe, all the rubble.
Though they've now found the source, the extent of the blockage is more serious than first feared.
I don't even know how much it's going to cost. It's going to be a horrendous price, this. It's not going to be a couple of £100, that's for sure. And that's the biggest problem that we have. Because we don't want to go into the winter, because you don't know what the winter months are like here, but we don't go into the winter without any sort of backup financially. And this is what's killing us at the moment, and it really is, things like this. That's okay, it's just water, it's all right.
It takes 5 men 3 hours to clear the blockage, and all the time they are losing precious trade.
Oh, now the water's running away, Alison. Oh.
But that's not the end of their problems.
Oh, another one gone. More money again.
They'll now have to pay for someone to seal the manhole cover and refit the toilet.
Hi there, it's Steve here from the Blue Marlin Seafood Restaurant.
And that won't happen for at least another 24 hours.
I've explained to him we need the manhole for the tile putting back, all right, manhole cover, because it's the tiled over the manhole. Do you remember you're not listening? No.
No, you told him that we needed one. You didn't seem to bring one.
He doesn't know what size it is, does he? He's not going to just bring any old manhole cover, is he?
Well, we could give him the measurements.
You come and see it tomorrow. It'll be fine. He can't fix it tomorrow.
He needs to fix it tomorrow. We need the bloody fridge in there.
Steve and Alison have a massive clean-up operation on their hands.
No area has gone untouched.
We've got to sanitise everywhere, clean everything down and re-sanitise everything tomorrow. Canopy, kitchen, the lot.
But before they even get started...
Now my air conditioning's gone off and the fan's still open, look. Air conditioning's gone off, Alison.
There's now a problem with the electricity.
No, it's tripping out all the while, so we've got a fault somewhere. It's not staying on. Need an electrician now. Nightmare, absolute nightmare. So every time we make a bit of headway, we keep getting knocked back. You know, that's the worst thing about it. Oh, we didn't come out here to get rich or anything. We just come here to earn a living, and the way it's going, we're not even earning a living at the minute, you know. But it's all we keep doing is paying out at the moment. You know?
All the time the Blue Marlin is closed, Steve and Alison are missing out on vital trade. After such a great start, has their dream come crashing down? For the past 2 months, Richard and Carol Hedditch-Gray have been working round the clock on their new self-catering complex. The 2 levels of the schoolhouse are now complete. There are a total of 4 bedrooms boasting traditional French features, 4 bathrooms, 2 large living areas and French doors lead out to the stunning pool area. Richard and Carol can now concentrate on the finer details.
You take your shoes off? No, just walk carefully.
You didn't wipe them.
Oh.
Talking about taking them off, at least give them a wipe.
There we go.
That's not wiping, that's doing a little dance.
Just looking just to check that we've covered everything in our clean and it looks inviting and, oh dear, he's missed something with his hoovering.
Richard and Carol want to give their guests a 5-star service, so we'll offer welcome packs to help them settle in.
We give a baguette, a pack of jams, bottle of wine, a few beers, a few tea bags, coffee, milk, because that's the other thing when you wake up in the morning and you find that you haven't got anything to eat for breakfast and can't have a cup of tea or coffee. So it's just really to give them a snack for the evening and to be able to have a cup of tea and something for breakfast in the morning before they then find their way to the supermarket.
With this property now completely ready, Richard and Carol are awaiting their biggest booking, which will see the whole house booked by one group. In preparation, they've decided to try and make the guests' experience even better.
It's nice to do stuff like this.
Yeah.
This is what it was all about, really.
They want to recommend attractions for their guests, but they're determined to make sure they're only suggesting the best.
Very pretty.
This isn't too far from home at all for the guests.
No.
Very, very nice.
About an hour.
Bonjour.
Friends yours?
No. It's just being friendly.
Today, Carol and Richard have come to Brantôme. This charming town features some of the most stunning architecture in the whole of the Dordogne. It sits on the river Dronne and attracts thousands of tourists each year. Carol and Richard want to check out for themselves what's on offer.
8 kilometres, 12 kilometres, 16 kilometres, 20 kilometres.
Fancy 20 kilometres?
No. We are going to take out a canoe because we want to sort of experience it for our guests so we can give them full-on feedback.
Un canoe pour 2 personnes.
2 personnes.
Oui.
Pour 1 heure.
1 heure, oui. Just le tour.
It costs €12 to rent a canoe out for an hour.
I'm hoping Richard's in a very sensible mood and he's not going to be silly because sometimes he's silly and I really don't want to go in the water. But I'm really looking forward to it. Bye-bye. Bye. Au revoir. Au revoir. Au revoir. Quick, quick, quick. You did that on purpose. You we're going into the edge now because you're not steering.
Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, merrily,
The River Dron is famous for its canoes, but they're not the only boats to use the river.
Oh, I'm going to have a crash.
Paddle! But we have to get out of the way over to the left.
But even a close call doesn't take the shine off their day.
How's it going at the front?
I'm just taking in the scenery and... Well, I'm thinking, Dantom's just amazing. I'd be coming home from work now, I guess. It would be probably raining and cold. And this is my job here, which is just amazing.
Beautiful.
So canoeing on the Dron will be added to Richard and Carol's activity list, ready for when their next guests arrive. But when the big day arrives for the biggest booking yet, there's an unexpected problem.
It's basically been raining since about 3 o'clock this morning. Not what we're used to, which is a bit sad for our guests. We have 2 families coming, so it should be a lot of fun. It's the first time we've actually let the whole property.
The rain hasn't stopped all day and it's causing Carol problems with the bedding.
Can't believe we've had rain on the one day I didn't need rain. Normally when I do the washing and ironing, I can wash in the morning, I can put it out on the line to dry. It'll be dry in about 30 minutes. My plan hasn't worked. God, it's really damp out here now. It's probably not making these any better. We really pride ourselves on the first impression. I want them to arrive and see it in its glory and then to be able to enjoy it. It's a mistake, so I'm hopeful I can remedy it before they get here and then they won't know. It's all the fault of the weather.
As well as the last-minute drying, Carol's flat out in the kitchen. The guests have booked her special welcome meal at €10 per person.
I really love cooking, so I suppose I do get the easy job here because it is something I enjoy. Preparing chicken in white wine sauce with rice. It'll be hot for them. They can just sort of sit down to dinner whenever they've settled and unpacked. I cook it so it's nearly ready and then I'll put it in a slow cooker and put it in their gîte. Oh, that's nice.
The guests are due any minute and Richard is still giving the gîte a final once-over.
He hoovers everything. He's hoovered the bath today.
He finishes just in the nick of time. And now Richard and Carol need to face their guests.
Hello, hello. Hi, I'm Carol.
With 10 people staying 2 weeks, do Richard and Carol have what it takes to handle such a big party?
How's your journey been?
The Costa del Sol and Steve and Jill Lewis are at the end of their first season as Spanish pub owners. In this area, bars close every day, and this was a huge risk for the couple. So now it's time to take stock and decide if the gamble has paid off.
We knew it was going to be hard work. We knew we was going to sit here on days where we're hardly going to have any customers in.
This bar as well notoriously had a bad reputation for never being used. So we knew we'd got that to start with. That, you know, we knew that was that, but we have totally changed it. And we've had repeat customers already.
So, you know, repeat customers that are coming back to the Mariners in our first year, that's an achievement in itself.
Over the course of the summer, Steve and Jill reckon they've served hundreds of dinners, hosted 70 live music acts,
Welcome to the Mariners!
and taken around €10,000.
We wanted to bring some of the effects of basically most of our pubs that we've had. We've had a music venue, we've had a city centre pub, we've had a little country pub. We combine all of them, I think, into the Mariners, don't you?
Yeah, there's a
little bit.
a little bit from
There's
everything.
a little bit of everything. So yeah, and it's working so far, isn't it?
And they're confident things are only going to get better for them and their new business. So they've made a big decision to extend the lease on their Spanish home.
We've come out here for a better way of life, and what can get more better than this? It's like back home, you live on the premises, so you're never away from the pub. You know, it's 24/7. Whereas at least here, you can lock the bar up and come away and have a bit of home life. We're literally less than 500 metres to the port, so it takes us 7 minutes, 34 seconds to get to work. So I can get to work within, say, 3 if I'm late, but no. So touch wood from the tree of knowledge, I haven't been late yet.
Their 2-bed apartment, just a stone's throw from the marina, comes with its own roof terrace where they can eat al fresco well into the autumn, a far cry from life back home on Humberside.
Probably be the winter before we actually christen this, which is a barbecue area. You know, come October, November, it's going to be nice, the cooler nights, and enjoying a barbecue and invite a few friends and actual customers now back from the pub and have a barbecue up here. It's a great area to relax and chill out.
So after a year in the sun, running a British bar and giving the tourists a taste of home, Steve and Jill have made it. And now it's Fuengirola Marina that they're calling home.
Well, it's just been the making of us, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, if we had to come here, we wouldn't have had a life together, would we? So now it's great. We love it.
You have the feel-good factor every day. And you just get up in the morning and you feel good, don't you?
Yep, sun shining, happy people.
Yeah.
As we said when we come, we're here for a good time and we're here for a long time. Ain't no plans on going back.
In Mijas Costa, Steve and Alison Hyatt are about to start cleaning up after a leak that has closed their restaurant at the busiest time of year.
Unbelievable.
Except there's another problem. The electricity's gone off at their restaurant.
That means my fridges are off in the kitchen as well, Alison. Yeah, all the fridges are off in here. Oh, God. Non-stop, innit?
With the fridges and freezers full, a delay in restoring power could force them to throw out €500 of lost food.
This has gone off too, look. That's the best way to go around and check which is working and which isn't, because then you'll see if it lights up.
Darling, I know what's not working. I've still got to get the fridges working. That's the problem. And the freezers. Also losing hundreds of euros. Oh, Mrs. Electrician, she knows everything. No.
It's another potentially costly call-out to a local handyman.
Hi there. I now have another problem. Electrical. The main breaker keeps going off. OK, right, I'll try that then.
The handyman suggests unplugging everything to isolate any faulty piece of machinery.
That's literally everything unplugged.
But it doesn't fix the problem.
Hi there. We've unplugged literally everything that's possibly unpluggable, and it's still tripping. All my fridges are off, and I've got hundreds of euros of stuff in the fridges and freezers.
The handyman can't come until tomorrow, but Steve thinks he may have a temporary solution. Run all the fridges and freezers off the one electrical socket that's still working.
I think Alison will put this extension over this wall, and then I can plug this one into this extension, and that'll reach this fridge here. Right, so that's all these done on one socket. I just hope it takes it, because if they all run at the same time.
This should be Steve and Alison's busiest time, and they need to be earning the money now to support them through the quiet winter season. But they'll have to turn customers away until the problem is solved.
Oh, I just wanted to cry.
Oh, she did cry, didn't you, baby?
I really did. I was like, what is going on here?
Smelling terribly.
Tomorrow morning, 9:30, the maintenance guy's going to come along and have a look at all the jobs that are needing done and hopefully get them finished tomorrow.
The next day, Alison can't even face the extent of the damage at the restaurant.
Alison, she's still in bed.
Handyman Shane has arrived to repair the drain's manhole cover and hopefully work out what's wrong with the electrics.
Just put this back down so for just...
Yeah, stop the smell. See, it's rather pongy. It's not as bad as it was yesterday.
And luckily for Steve, it doesn't take Shane long to work out the source of the problem. The coffee machine is tripping the electrics.
Might be a loose cable.
Yeah.
This is the socket you use, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is possible.
We think it's that one that's off, Shane.
I can see your problem.
Yeah?
But the cause of the tripping is something neither of them expected.
Right. Oh, yeah. What is it?
Cockroach. Cockroach. Shorted out between the 2 hours.
They get everywhere, don't they? A cockroach just sitting there, look.
Basically, it's just caused a circuit between the live and the neutral, which has fried the cockroach completely. And it just caused it to keep tripping out.
Here she is. Oh, yeah. Found the problem with the electrics. It was a cockroach in the plug for the coffee machine. It's not going to be an expensive one, so we're quite happy with that one, yeah. He says he hasn't seen his bill yet.
The simple fix is a massive relief for Steve.
Yeah, it's working. Perfect. Another job done. Yes.
After fitting a permanent manhole cover
Looking good now.
and replumbing the toilet,
Got the toilet back, yeah.
hopefully the Blue Marlin will open for business tomorrow.
He's got that coffee machine going now. Once that's done there, we can then get everything back behind the bar and get all beers cooled and everything else, and that's the biggest thing we have at the moment.
And once reopen, they'll do all they can to make a success of what's left of the season. In southwest France, Richard and Carol Hedditch-Gray are welcoming their biggest booking yet.
Long journey. Hi, Ellie.
Two families have taken over the entire schoolhouse for a fortnight holiday in the sun. Well, that's what they hoped anyway.
We're pleased to hear we haven't seen rain like this for 3 months. It won't last.
It's not a great start for any holiday. Carol's hoping to win them over with their accommodation.
Lovely in the sunshine. This is the upper schoolhouse. Obviously, you must decide who's going to sleep where, so it's entirely up to you. Nice big lounge, and that's the double sofa bed. Okay, so this is the attic bedroom.
We use the words quirky and character a lot. There's some stone walls like at the bottom of the stairs, and the beams, and it doesn't matter. We can hoover all day, and tomorrow there'll be
they are what they are.
And the dust comes off the walls.
Is if you touch the walls, the dust will just fall. It's just.
So, how long have you been working this place?
We moved here on the 18th of May this year.
This year? So it's like you're not here since 1789.
No. I look well, don't I?
This is lovely.
Yes, that's the original sink.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? We've worked very hard on it. Yeah.
Really lovely.
I like looking at their faces because they all look quite excited, and I think they like the character, and it's good.
Richard and Carol have thought of everything.
That building you're looking at with the vines on, that's the local shop. That's the supermarket. That's the back.
It's quite a hike.
It is a long way.
You might have to take the car.
The croissants are paid for the morning. You just got to collect them and say that you're here with Carol and Richard.
Okay.
Very good. And Madame Dupree will give you a croissant.
Good.
I think it's really lovely. Yeah, no, we're delighted with it.
Yeah, it's lovely. Have a nice welcome and not just sort of be given a set of keys and said, there you go.
And finally, after a long journey here, what better welcome than a home-cooked meal?
Your rice and your apple tart and cream and bits are all in here, and your chicken and white wine sauce is just in the slow cooker there.
It's lovely to have a meal ready for us when we arrive. Yeah, that's great.
That's it, thank goodness. Some people brought more stuff than others.
Very good, yeah, super. Plenty of room, plenty of space for us. And when the sun shines, it'll be perfect.
We'll leave you to your first evening. Enjoy.
All right, thank you. See you later. Bye.
With the guests settled in, Richard and Carol can finally put their feet up.
It's good. It's all good.
Cheers.
That's going to be fun 2 weeks.
It's 6 days later, and there's a problem.
Okay, so where are we going to put it?
Over here, I reckon.
We've had some inclement weather, to say the least. This was a really bad storm, and this mattress was up in our attic bedroom, and our guests have informed us that there was water obviously come under one of the roof tiles and has basically come down onto this mattress, and they're going to be needing this for a child that's arriving for their second week. So we now have a bit of an urgent matter of drying it out along with all the bedding that was on it to return it to them in time.
Unfortunately, it hasn't been a smooth week because we've had electrical problems from the first evening they arrived. There's been various issues with sleep. One of them wasn't happy with the firmness of the mattress.
It's been an unfortunate catalogue of errors and events that have just culminated into, a nightly doorbell.
We have, unfortunately, this week kind of come to dread the doorbell, haven't we? When the doorbell rings, it's not normally
The
good
doorbell
news.
of gloom.
Gloom and doom, the dreaded doorbell of doom. Obviously, with it being our first season, we are keen to get good reviews because it's essential to our business. Being new, we haven't got any reputation, we haven't got any repeat business at the moment. If they're good,
the
if they're good
competition's
quality.
huge, isn't it? It's huge.
Loads of competition, so-
we've always said we'd pride ourselves on our customer services.
Customer reviews can make or break self-catering businesses. Now, Carol and Richard need to work hard to find a way to turn things around and ensure these guests enjoy the rest of their holiday. Next time, Richard and Carol's hard work pays off.
We've had various issues and problems, and they've been so accommodating and sorting those out. Whenever we ask them, it's not a problem.
As their season draws to a close,
Check on a la carte, please. 1 cod cake, 1 salmon.
have Steve and Alison done enough to secure their dream home?
What would you want that it doesn't have?
A lower rent.
And after a quiet summer,
What's at stake is having to go back to the thing that I escaped from.
will a final flurry of guests mean this B&B ends on a high?
The reality has then dawned. Somebody physical has turned up and I've had to sort of get going, and I wasn't ready.
Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe for a dream new life.
To a dad, that is just pure pleasure.
This is heaven on earth.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
My bank is empty. We've got nothing left.
So to fund their fairy tale,
Get your little fishy when the boat comes in.
brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business. On this series, we follow those expats.
Dave, you got any euros?
Setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
Not happy. Not happy.
But will they flourish?
We're going to do it, we must do it properly.
Or will they fail?
Money doesn't grow on trees.
It is life or death.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
Fans broke down. You are joking. It went bang.
On today's show, as the summer season draws to a close for all these great escapers,
Okay, so where are we going to put it?
Will two expats solve their customer complaints?
It's disheartening because it's your home and you've put a lot of love and effort into it.
Have these restaurateurs
Check on a la carte, please. 1 cod cake, 1 salmon.
done enough to secure their dream home?
What would you want that it doesn't have?
A lower rent.
And after a quiet summer season,
What's at stake is having to go back to the thing that I escaped from.
will a final flurry of guests make or break this French B&B?
The reality has then dawned. Somebody physical has turned up and I've had to sort of get going, and I wasn't ready.
Charente in southwest France. Sitting in the heart of the country with Bordeaux to the south and Paris to the north, it's rustic France at its very best. The scenery is spectacular, with stunning sunflowers, the emblem of southwest France as far as the eye can see. And its traditional villages have become a huge draw for expats, like Carol and Richard Hedditch Gray, who've just started running a complex of self-catering properties.
Yeah, we are extremely happy, aren't we? I already feel that it has had a positive effect on mental well-being and then, as a result, physical health.
However successful you are and however hard you work for it, it's actually going into your pocket, so you're doing it for yourself. So it's really, really rewarding.
Carol and Richard ploughed all their life savings into this former schoolhouse and have worked round the clock to turn it into a self-catering complex, including the schoolhouse, another building and a pool. But after a successful start in July...
Look at that.
That's for you!
Wow!
That's amazing.
It's now August and Richard and Carol are hosting a house full of guests, but they've had a few problems.
OK, so where are we going to put it?
So we've currently got 2 families taking the whole house. Unfortunately, it hasn't been a smooth week because we've had electrical problems.
There have also been complaints about uncomfortable mattresses and thin curtains.
It's been an unfortunate catalogue of errors and events that have just culminated into, a nightly doorbell.
So they're now drying out the soggy mattress and turning their attention to the uncomfortable one.
Came up with a solution. We have offered some spare duvets to put on top of the mattress to soften it, and that seems to have done the trick. Fortunately, the curtains have been able to be changed.
Curtains we have in there are typically French. We don't have light pollution here, so we don't ever draw curtains in France, but it's a valid point that maybe we do need to consider offering either a second curtain or a blackout or something.
Richard and Carol are hoping their efforts will make all the difference.
We don't want people to say they've had a lovely holiday when they haven't, because we have to get it right. And they're the people staying there. We haven't slept there. I haven't slept in that room with the light curtains. Maybe I wouldn't like it. So it's really important to listen to our customers and get the product right.
We've had various issues and problems, and they've been so accommodating and sorting those out.
Yeah. They have a really professional attitude.
Yeah.
Whenever we ask them, it's not a problem. I think they've got a lot right. There's large communal spaces, which is superb. The veranda's fabulous. But we certainly are glad that we're one group in this big house. Just, it might be a little bit noisy if you were sharing with somebody else. Beds could be better, definitely could be better. But I think they're nearly there, yeah.
It's the morning of checkout and the guests are getting ready to leave.
I feel a little lucky that I'm not packing up and going home this morning because I get to stay. And that sounds a bit mean, but whilst I feel for them, I am really grateful it's not me.
Carol, can I leave it?
You can, thank you. Excellent.
All right, Richard, thanks for all your...
All that's left now is to check out the feedback forms.
Take care, safe journey.
And see if their changes have made a difference.
I'm not reading anything that I'm surprised by. What I'm reading is exactly what I expected. What this is saying is that noise travels, so maybe we could use rugs to help the noise pollution.
So what else?
Unfortunately, the pillow quality apparently is poor. The curtains I mentioned, which we knew would be, and the mattresses, so all the things that we've discussed during the stay, so that's fine.
So after a few teething problems, Richard and Carol should be able to get things back on track.
With it being our first year, it is a big learning curve. We knew we weren't going to be perfect this season because we only had, I don't know, 8 weeks to get ready, and we were against the clock and there was a lot to do. So we knew there were parts that we weren't able to perfect, and it was sort of winging it a bit this season. I guess you get to the end of the season and you just think, OK, let's work on the ones we can work on and put the other ones down to experience.
Hopefully the rest of the summer will bring a string of satisfied customers so Richard and Carol can carry on living their dream. Each year, tens of thousands of British expats flock to Spain in search of a sunnier way of life. But glorious sunshine and sandy beaches are not the only draw. Food and motoring costs are around a third of that in the UK. Something Dundee chef Steve Hyatt and his wife Alison, who've been living here for 8 months, are taking full advantage of.
It's about a third cheaper, which is quite significant.
And some of it even more. When we can stop and have a coffee somewhere at Chiringuito for a couple of euros or something, it's like 3 or 4 quid a cup of coffee in the UK. Your weekly shop is so much less. It's just incredible how much cheaper it is.
For 6 months, Steve and Alison have been running a seafood restaurant in Mijas Costa.
Costa has a new jewel.
But then a blocked drain at the height of summer forced them to close at what should have been their busiest time.
Nightmare, absolute nightmare.
But after a deep clean and an expensive repair bill, Steve and Alison were able to reopen and make up lost ground.
It's the only time I cried. It's like, I just thought, what else can go wrong? What else? Touch wood, nothing else since. Check on a la carte, please. 1 cod cake, 1 salmon, 2 tuna.
The bookings and satisfied customers kept coming throughout the summer.
We've done better than we expected. And we've obviously added expenses, which have tore a little bit out of it. But yeah, we'll be fine.
So now, feeling they're back on track, Steve and Alison are considering putting down firmer roots. They're looking for a luxurious apartment they can finally call home.
We're able to afford now to pay a little bit more because the Blue Marlin's done quite well this year, so we're very, very pleased with the way it's gone. Long may it continue.
Renting a property in Mijas can be great value for money. Prices start from as little as €500 or £370 a month for a 3-bedroom apartment. Today, Steve and Alison are hooking up with an expat estate agent in search of a property near to their restaurant.
Brilliant. See what you think. Ah, this is a nice size.
It's in good condition, this one, Alison.
Yeah, very good condition.
This large, fully furnished 3-bed semi is in a quiet residential area away from tourists. And it's just an 8-minute drive from the restaurant. It has a secluded garden.
Oh, this is nice. Good size, not too big. Relatively private.
A bedroom balcony.
Should have bought your bikini, Alison, so you could test it.
And they've thought of everything here.
Laundry chute. Think of everything, don't they? Alison, here it is.
The Hyatts currently pay €750 a month rent. But this home could be a big step up in price.
Can you remind me what the price is in this?
Yeah, the price on this one is €1,200 a month.
I mean, this is the sort of thing we had in mind.
Yeah.
It's just slightly above our budget. That's the problem.
What would you want that it doesn't have?
A lower rent.
What's it missing? Besides that.
So time to move on to house number 2. Less than a mile away, Steve and Alison have come to look at another 3-bedroom property with great views of the Med.
Hi Diego, how are you today?
Alison.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
It's a lot smaller, but it does have a user-friendly garden.
Oh, this is nice because it gets the sun. You don't have to cut the grass because it's artificial.
Yeah, artificial grass, that saves you a job, dear.
It also has a communal pool, and it's ticking plenty of boxes.
I like the fact it's got a secure parking for a decent size area. I like the fact it's got a solarium. Because driveway, air conditioning and heating are major things.
Yeah, and this is all 3.
And this is all 3. Which is a fantastic view.
Yeah. You're not being overlooked either by anybody.
Not really, no.
This property is €200 a month cheaper than the last one, and even though Alison has a few issues...
The lounge downstairs is much smaller.
Yeah.
And the bedrooms are smaller. And there's no laundry chute.
The Hyatts feel this could be just the place for their next step in their Spanish life.
What do you think, Ali?
Yes, I like it. Yeah, I like it. And if we can get all the sort of things sorted out that we're talking about, might be able to get some movement on the rent. We'll see.
I'm ready to the landlord that this lovely orange will disappear, and we will try to paint it with the color you love. It's no problem.
I think you'd be hard pushed to find a semi-detached house with 3 bedrooms, private parking,
Swimming pool.
access to swimming pool, security, for that sort of money, you know. They're asking €1,000. We've offered $950, so we'll see what that comes back as. And I think that's probably about £675 back in the UK.
We're happy with that. Just test the grass.
Need to hoover it.
Yeah, vacuum cleaner on this, I think. I must have painted it up and cleaned it. I think it'd be quite nice.
And it's a cute wee house.
But before they sign on the dotted line, Steve and Alison need to be convinced their new restaurant can continue to fund this lifestyle.
Would you like red, white or rosy? Red? 2 red? Okay.
So they've set themselves a challenge. Whereas most places close here for the winter, they're going to keep their doors open. Quietly nestling in the vineyards of southwest France is the sleepy hamlet of Lourdes in Lot-et-Garonne. The weather is warm and there are beautiful views around every corner. And that's exactly what drew Londoners Catherine Morgan and her partner Kim Butler away from the rat race to a new, more relaxed pace of life.
This is very unspoilt, this is very rural.
It's still very French, isn't it?
Yeah. The traffic that goes past the end of the road, that's usually tractors.
Yeah.
And there's usually not many of them. I think as an indication as to how much I love living here is that when I came back after having to go back to the UK and I picked up my car from the airport and I drove, and the first time I saw the sign to the local town, I started grinning and it felt as though I was coming home. And I realised I'd been homesick. I'd been homesick for this place because I feel like I belong here.
4 months ago, Catherine and Kim took over this stunning 4-bed farmhouse with enough space to run a 2-bed B&B.
As of 10:15 yesterday, this was my house, but it hasn't sunk in yet.
The property includes a separate barn, which they're turning into a holiday cottage. It's now September and work is progressing well.
We are 3 months into the build and the original estimate was 6 months, so we ought to be about halfway through. But what the builders did say is that the first piece of work seems to go really, really quickly and you see lots and lots of things happen, like walls being built, so it starts to take shape. And then the last 3 weeks, it seems like really slow progress.
We're about on schedule, yeah, where we expect it to be.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes with these sort of jobs you hit really nasty, unexpected problems, and so far we haven't hit any. Touch wood. We haven't hit anything like that, so that's always good.
So there'll be a door and a little space here for coats and things, tote bag, and then there's be units here on the floor and the wall. And then here will be the sink.
Upstairs, there will eventually be 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The floors are now down and the walls are up.
And then open another door here, and here is the second room. Second bedroom. 2 singles in it, yeah? 2 singles. Which we can...
Yeah, and I think the singles should come out from this wall. I'm just looking forward to that staircase going in there.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to visualise it with that oak staircase coming up, and then it's got a handrail in oak.
While she's been overseeing the build, Catherine has also been trying to get the B&B off the ground. But despite marketing the property with the tourist office, she's struggled to get bookings.
What's at stake is having to go back to the thing that I escaped from. Would be having to go back to living in the UK. I don't think I could do it. I don't want to do it.
But now things are finally on the up. Today, Catherine is hosting her first ever guest. He's a Dutch labourer and staying at the B&B while working on a nearby farm. And at the end of a very quiet summer, it seems Catherine is on a roll.
I've just had a notification on my phone that I've got a new booking tomorrow. So just as Gilbert, my first guest, goes, there's another one coming in.
And that means her social life is going to have to take a back seat.
I've got a whole heap of stuff to do tomorrow because we'll have to do the room changeover quickly, and we've got that meal, we've got lunchtime. We're ladies who lunch tomorrow. It's okay. You've got clean bedding, you've got the clean towels. All we have to do is clean the room. Potentially you're going to have to cancel social things that you might have planned. I suppose it does get in the way of being able to have a social life.
It's early morning. Catherine is preparing breakfast for her first guest.
Since coming here, so for 3 months, I've been very much at my own, under my own steam, having to work out what needs to be done. The reality has then dawned. Somebody physical has turned up and I've had to sort of get going, and I wasn't ready. So he's got a plate for his cereals. I've got some homemade jam, I'll bring some of that out. So he needs coffee, I need to bring the cereals out and warm the pastries up.
And there's some added excitement for Catherine.
Give him a bill. Get paid for the first time. Good morning. I want coffee. Give it about 5 minutes before it's done.
Gilbert has paid €50 a night for his stay. So does Catherine's first guest think he's had value for money?
Well, is it goodbye? You want to pay me?
It was lovely. I like it here. It's very quiet. You can see the mountains and the weather is very good.
Thank you very much. And thank you for being my best guest.
Yeah, I hope I came back. No, it's all new for them, I know that. But it's good. I do not expect any more.
Gilbert was ideal for the first guest. And I did say to him, you've been my best guest. And I don't think he twigged that, best guest was, well, he's been my only guest.
Bye.
And he said something about, I hope to be back next year and see lots more people here, which was a nice thing to say.
Catherine can finally call herself a proper B&B host.
It wasn't like having a formal guest. It's not like being in a hotel. It feels like you're welcoming somebody to your home because you want to know about them, because you're interested in what they're doing, and then when they're done, they go.
But there's no time to rest. It's all hands on deck.
Just check he hasn't left anything behind in the wardrobe or nickel coat hangers.
Because in just a few hours' time, the next guests will arrive. In Charente, Richard and Carol are coming to the end of their first season running a self-catering complex. After overcoming some early hitches, they managed to get everything back on track, hosting another couple of families. And now they can look back and take stock.
We've had an incredible season, absolutely amazing. Just been such an amazing success, and we're just really, really proud of the way it's gone. Our last guests left yesterday. Bit of a slowdown now, which is excellent, and I sort of look forward to the winter and getting things done in the gîtes, and then for next summer. Bookings are already coming in, so it's looking good. It's looking good.
Today, Richard and Carol are going through their end-of-season figures with their tax accountant to work out their financial position.
We have a credit card bill that's rather large to pay off. So let's just keep it on top of that, really. The spend is done on there now, so it's back to living on what we're earning.
Spending and running out of finance wasn't a concern for you at all, was it?
No. But I don't worry. It didn't worry me at all. It worried you a lot.
Carol's just gone along with the Marigold Hotel belief of it'll be all right in the end. If it's not all right, it's not the end.
Richard and Carol have had a good start and love their life here, but the move has come at a cost.
It is a sacrifice, leaving behind. I really struggle to talk about it, actually. The benefits are here. The sunshine. I can't actually do it. Saying goodbye to my family really hard, and it's been tough. It's worth the sacrifice. I wouldn't change it.
Between them, Carol and Richard have 4 children, and they've been back in the UK all summer.
Anybody who is a parent, a loving parent, would understand that leaving your child or your child leaving you, doesn't matter how old they are, it's heart-wrenching, it's very painful.
So Richard has a top secret plan in store for Carol.
Today's a very big day, surprise happening for Carol. Now we've got our first week off without guests. We have surprise of one of her daughters is arriving. Is it all right if I can check with the guys and give you a call when they're ready? Got no idea at all. I felt pretty awful sneaking off to make phone calls and receive texts for the last week or 2. But hopefully it'll all be okay after this morning when she realises why.
Richard's, I don't think I'd use the word romantic. He's incredibly thoughtful. Incredibly thoughtful.
Carol's going to be extremely shocked, and I think she's going to be absolutely blown away. Yeah, just come straight in. All right, thanks ever so much. Thanks, bye. Okay, the call is made. She's on her way.
Back in Charente, and after a successful first season running a self-catering complex, there's a surprise in store for Carol Hedditch-Gray. Her daughter, who she hasn't seen since moving here, is now just minutes away.
Hi, honey. Have a nice walk. Where did you go?
Just around the village one.
Oh, OK. Did you see anyone you know?
Chats? No, none of the regulars.
Oh.
Since leaving the UK, Carol has found it hard being away from her youngest daughter, Erin.
Hello.
That's the dog barking. Somebody must be here.
Richard has been keeping this secret for almost a month now.
Honey, there's a visitor.
It's my baby!
Hello.
What are you doing here?
After a successful first season, this is the icing on the cake.
Oh my God. Oh God. What are you doing here?
Surprise!
Oh. Oh, you shouldn't do this to me. Is that hard to keep secret?
Very hard. Very hard.
Did you genuinely not know? Oh, no. Come on, you. Naughty girl. You're not meant to do this to me.
It's exactly the reaction Richard was hoping for.
Well, that couldn't have gone much better, could it? I don't think she had any idea at all, which I'm amazed at, the amount of sneaky phone calls and texts I've had to do. Would you like a glass of wine?
Oh, yes. Oui, merci. You are a very naughty man.
I didn't enjoy it.
Oh, bless you. Was it horrible?
I made lots of phone calls. And
I know you did. You look so relieved.
I am.
You really, I can see it in your eyes.
I am relieved.
You naughty people.
Bienvenue.
Cheers.
Chez nous.
I'm incredibly happy that Erin's here. I'm blown away. But to be honest, now she's here, she's wrecked my plans because I was going to do anything though.
This is the first time Erin has seen her mum's new business.
It's amazing, really, that you've not had a reputation, it wasn't a business, and you've had a full season.
And I do think a lot of it's probably to do with the fact it is about the customer services and it's about, you know, really pushing the boat out. I mean, some of the comments we've had in our visitors' books, warm welcome, being around for the guests, and sometimes that's hard because you don't necessarily always like them.
Richard and Carol put everything on the line to follow their dream of a life in France. And now, 3 months after opening for business, they're already taking a flood of bookings for next season. If this carries on, they could be full for the whole summer. With that security, they're now confident they're here to stay.
It's a very enlightening feeling to have had the vision, to have the guts, to realise it and to have seen it successful. It really does make you realise that if you want something that badly, you can have it. Can't you? Would I do it all again? I don't even have to think about that answer. The answer is absolutely yes. Wouldn't change a thing. Don't even have to think about the answer. Yes, I would do it again, over and over and over again.
Yep, don't have any doubts about that.
It's fulfilled every dream we had and more.
In Lourdes, Lot-et-Garonne, Catherine Morgan is eagerly awaiting a big booking at her new B&B.
So this evening actually represents quite a significant milestone because I've got both rooms booked and they're fully occupied, which on the face of it sort of feels really quite successful. This is the part of the job I hate. This is so boring and so mind-numbing and I can't see how anybody can find domestic work fulfilling.
Despite hating chores, Catherine's determined to make her B&B guests feel at home.
So I provide water in the glasses and a little bowl of shampoo, shower gel, body lotion, conditioner and soap. OK, we're done.
The room looks perfect. But as time ticks by, could all of Catherine's efforts go to waste?
The other thing that makes me slightly concerned about this particular booking is that I contacted them and I've heard nothing back. So that makes me slightly concerned that, you know, it's a booking that was made that may not get honoured.
With a slow start to bookings, this is not good news for Catherine.
There's the lost time, there's the effort of getting the room ready, there's the purchases of breakfast, and there's that awful waiting, you know, that sort of sitting around and waiting, expecting somebody to come. I'm ready, and all I can do now is twiddle my thumbs.
But then, thankfully, just as Catherine's losing hope, The French guests arrive.
Alors, vous êtes bienvenue chez moi.
Voilà.
Allons-y. L'autre chambre est un peu plus petite.
Oui.
Pour la fenêtre, vous avez besoin de ça. C'est un peu dur, mais oui, on le ferme comme ça. Et le salle de bain est ici. Oui, c'est sympa. Et si vous voulez faire du thé ou du café, il y a une machine là, mais je peux vous faire quelque chose à boire maintenant, si vous voulez.
Non, merci.
They were worried that they would come here and not understand an English person who was running the place, but they understand me, and most of what they talked about I understood.
So far, so good. Her guests seem impressed. But in the morning, Katrin has to prepare breakfast for a house full. She's about to find out whether she's cut out to be a B&B host. It's been 7 months since Steve and Alison Hyatt opened their seafood restaurant, the Blue Marlin in Mijas Costa, Spain.
Yes, I suppose we're living our dream. So you can't really ask for much more than that, can you?
It took me years to get her to move. And then she said to me the other day, we should have done this years ago.
It's now October. The holidaymakers have gone home and many bars and restaurants have shut up shop. But the Blue Marlin is open for business. Steve and Alison want to see if they can pull in the punters at this quiet time of year.
We don't know what the winter's going to be like here. You know, I mean, summer, you can sell rubbish here and you're going to be busy. You know?
Yeah, but you've got another sort of 8 months to cover because the summer's only 4 months long.
Yeah.
But that way we can pay our bills until next year, and also we can get ourselves a second car and we run around.
It's 5 o'clock and the first customer of the day is a bit of a culinary expert.
What we have now is the chef from next door and the restaurant owner. Doesn't speak any English, Raphael, but a really, really super guy.
Steve is cooking up his special fish stew, hoping this local will be impressed with his cooking.
Going to taste it and see if it's good. Is it Catalonia?
Very good.
Catalan seafood stew.
Catalonia.
See. How's that?
Muy bueno.
Muy bueno. That means it's very good. It's very good. Because if it was rubbish, you'd tell me.
And following Raphael, things are looking good with a steady flow of customers.
Good evening. How are you both? Nice to see you. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. Good evening, pal. How are you?
Keeping Steve busy in the kitchen.
Check on early bird. Only one starter, a parfait, and then a ribeye steak medium rare and a salmon, please.
But he wouldn't have it any other way.
My quality of life's far, far superior. I don't work so many hours. And that's a bonus. Even though I love what I do, I don't want to be doing it again for 18 hours a day, 17 hours a day. I loved every minute of doing that, you know, but I don't want it anymore. You know, we want more time for ourselves. That's what we're after.
There you are, Alicia. Here's some more. Excuse me, Robin. Here we are. Just lift your side plate for me. Thank you.
After just one season, the Blue Marlin is attracting plenty of Spaniards as well as expat Brits.
Fresh food. The atmosphere is fantastic. The chef is fantastic.
Alison, very, very attentive. And Steve's cooking is superb. So, yeah, great restaurant.
You never find another restaurant similar to this. It's unique in the area. I think in all Andalusia, maybe all Spain. Huh?
And tonight tells Steve and Alison that they did the right thing staying open beyond the end of the summer season.
It's done very well, better than we expected, actually. We thought first year you're going to struggle a bit, which you normally do, but we actually haven't. This time of the year is more the hardest bit, I think, but we opened the doors and we were just quite surprised how many people we got in. So we're actually very pleased with that, very, very pleased. Let's ring the bell. We've now got repeat business, which is very, very good. We're already full for Christmas Day.
Onwards and upwards, we hope.
And with this number of bookings in the diary, Steve and Alison know that the Blue Marlin is a real hit and they can continue serving up their dishes all year long.
It's difficult to put into words, quite frankly. It really is. We're certainly much happier here without a shadow of a doubt, you know. It really, really is good.
I'm not worried about the future. I don't see me being anywhere else now, apart from in Spain. So I've got to make an effort to learn the language. To live your lifestyle in this sort of environment's great.
Yeah. You've only got one life, and if you don't live it, awful, yeah. I mean, it's just... there's so much to see and do, and it's great, yeah, I mean...
Thankfully, not everybody has the same, otherwise we've been awfully crowded round here.
Yeah, it would be, yeah. Yeah, it's not that good here, I mean.
In Lourdes in southwest France, Catherine Morgan is hosting a houseful. She has 4 people staying in her 2 B&B rooms, and now she has another challenge, making breakfast for them all.
Bonjour Catherine, comment ça va?
Ça va? Hello?
Bonjour. Très bien.
Bonjour. Bonjour tous. The little breads will be 5 minutes maximum. And in the meantime, we're going to make English tea. They're going to have English tea with milk. We talked about having English tea last night, and I just thought it was a joke, but they've decided that they're going to have English tea. So,
Du café, si vous n'aimez pas le thé ici, ça c'est la confiture de la maison en figue de figue. Et ici il y a les petits pains.
C'est une vraie mère.
En fait, la table est trop petite.
Chez nous, on fait nous-mêmes. On n'a personne pour nous servir.
Ah, c'est ça le problème.
C'est là toute la différence.
Ouais. Nous goûtons le service. À l'anglais alors. Bon appétit. Merci.
So it looks like Catherine's new B&B is a big hit with her guests.
Très agréable, très confortable. Une belle décoration aussi. Hein, c'est très bien.
Hop là.
très calme.
On met 10 sur 10. Surtout.
After a very slow start, this final feedback has made Catherine realise that she's in the right business after all.
This isn't the end. This is. I'm still really at the beginning. I've only had people coming for a month. Being here is definitely my dream come true.
And as well as success with her B&B, Catherine's second income source, the gîte, is also coming along well.
I think what's really exciting about here is the kitchen. The lighting's in, the hob's in. This room is virtually there. Oh, I haven't seen them before. Yeah, very nice.
And upstairs is also taking shape.
I've gone for very clean and simple lines. I've had to work with what was here. So these beams, we could have hidden them, but I thought they were so beautiful. I said to Kerry, can we have a go at cleaning these up? So this is the original oak beam.
This gîte will be ready to take guests next season, and Catherine is hoping it will seal her future in France.
You can see how each room is going to be and how the place would work with visitors. So this is almost, this must be what it's like, you know, running a marathon or something, and you can see the finish line and you go, you know, that actually, yeah, that really important thing that I'm trying to go for, I'm nearly there, it's within my grasp. And this is the whole key to me being able to live here.
So all in all, it's been a good first year for Catherine, and she's able to look forward to a future in France.
Hopefully next season with the gîte going and both the B&Bs up and running, it should...
might be full to busting.
Might
capacity.
Be, yeah. And wait for Christmas to have a rest. Well, who knows? You might even have people at Christmas.
Yeah, keep my fingers crossed.
And if the bookings keep on coming, Kim should finally be able to give up her job and make the move too.
This is very much Catherine's dream. Having said that, I love it here. I knew this was our house as soon as we saw it, and I really, really liked it here. What I didn't expect is in that 2 weeks that we spent moving in, that I would grow to love it quite so quickly as I did. The travel's a bit of a slog, but you know, when we get here and we're coming back up the drive, it's, yeah.
Business is still booming at the Blue Marlin. Steve and Alison have plenty of regular customers and are constantly improving the food and wine menus. They decided against the property they viewed, but have now signed for a different 3-bed apartment with a pool. Catherine and Kim are completing the finishing touches to their gîte and planning to build their own pool ready to welcome guests. With 2 new additions to the family, Kim is also seriously considering making France her forever home. And as they enter their 2nd year in France, Richard and Carol have bookings from the start of the season and right throughout the summer holidays. They're now concentrating on paying off that credit card bill. Next time, another set of great escapers hoping to make a living in the sun. A whole family swaps London for rural France. But will their business open on time?
The doctor told me not to do any building work at all for 4 weeks. I just think I might have misheard him.
You're organised for a change.
Absolutely, Karen.
2 best friends take on Spain's busiest seafront.
Everything that I've got, it's gone into this bar. We've got to make this work.
Can they beat the competition?
Come on, come in, have us. You want to try? Nice cold drink? Yes, come on.
And Spain's latest hoteliers open for business.
In these 3 houses, we sleep 22, and that's £2,500 a week.
Will they adapt to a change of career?
Did you polish the taps in the bathroom?
No, I thought I'd leave them.
It's a dream chased by thousands of Brits each year.
Number 1's the weather.
Heading to Europe to set up new lives and businesses in the sun.
Are you ready?
They're seduced by gorgeous scenery.
It's just about the space out here. There's so much space.
Year-round sun and a better, cheaper way of life.
Our living room in London, you'd fit in 4 times.
But how easy is it to turn the dream into a reality?
Money's dripping in and flooding out.
In this series, we follow the expats as they say goodbye Blighty
I think a pool.
and begin their new lives, setting up bars and restaurants in Spain.
That's what we're talking about, girlfriend.
Gîtes and B&Bs in France.
Totally and utterly out of my depth.
When nothing is ever as simple as it sounds.
It's probably not good for my blood pressure, this.
It can fail, but it won't fail. Not if I've got anything to do with it.
On today's show, a whole family swaps London for rural France. But will their business open on time?
The doctor told me not to do any building work at all for 4 weeks. I just think I might have misheard him.
You're organised for a change.
Absolutely, Karen.
2 best friends take on Spain's busiest seafront.
Everything that I've got, it's gone into this bar. We've got to make this work. Are we doing all right?
Can they beat the competition?
Come on, come in, have us. You want to try? Nice cold drink? Yes, come on.
And Spain's latest hoteliers open for business.
In these 3 houses, we sleep 22, and that's £2,500 a week.
Will they adapt to a change of career?
Did you polish the taps in the bathroom?
No, I thought I'd leave them.
Almeria, southern Spain. Its sensational landscapes make it a sought-after area for expats. And with a population of just 79 people per square kilometre compared to an average 255 in the UK, there's plenty of room for newcomers. A new build 2-bedroom villa with swimming pool can cost as little as £80,000 here, and even less if you're prepared to do some renovations.
Yeah, we're not too fast. We're not going too fast.
Partners Peter Thompson and Lee Bradford have recently fallen in love with the area.
We've always liked Spain. You wake up in the morning and this is what you see out of your bedroom window. It's peaceful, it's quiet, there's no noise. We can sit on the terrace and watch the eagle fly over.
Thanks to an inheritance, Peter and Lee have given up their jobs in marketing and catering.
That cleanses the palate.
And moved from Watford to the tiny desert village of El Puertecico.
We were looking because your mum died.
Yeah, true.
And you hated your job.
So it was either do something and change your life completely, or buy like a 3-bed semi in Watford. And this one, hands down.
And this is what they swapped their 2-bedroom flat back home for. A massive complex made of 4 self-catering houses with 2 swimming pools, which they bought for just under £175,000. In Hertfordshire, this would have cost them well over £1 million.
The oldest part's about 300 years old. Structurally, most of it was there, but inside, nothing had been done. There was no bathrooms, toilets. So this is the bedroom. We've kept this because this was the original olive press. We thought, well, we could use that as like a coffee table or something.
Peter and Lee renovated the complex over the last 18 months at a cost of just under £40,000.
We worked out the other week, we've done 167 beams altogether, which if I'd known that to start off with.
With the whole inheritance spent on the project, Peter and Lee now need to make money, so they plan to open their complex to the public.
In these 3 houses, we sleep 22, and the money you can make for a group is, what, £1,800 to £2,500 a week, and that's pounds. And at the moment, the exchange rate is amazing.
The economics might be sound, but there's one snag. They've never run a holiday complex before.
OK, I was going to do mine when I put the bedding on. I've done it, because it'll be dusty again. It's all done.
Do you want to do the living room?
No. God, you're not at work now, Lee. Hate to disappoint you.
In his last job, Caterer Lee used to run a team of nearly 200. So guess who's in charge?
That's what he's done for all his jobs all his life. So he's been in charge of people, telling them what to do, so you have to get your head around that bit.
Did you polish the taps in the bathroom?
No, I thought I'd leave them.
We worked together at the university, but in different departments. So working together has been, what, you're going to say, horrendous?
Yeah. Just for you. Do you want to go look?
What?
Come look. Come on. Oh, you brought a cloth with you. See? Look on top of the shower head. Careful you don't drown. So that's all right then?
Yes.
Blimey. It was a yes.
If they found it difficult to work together to restore the house, things might be about to get interesting. They've just received their first booking.
We have a wedding party and they've got family coming over, so they're renting the 4-bed, the 1-bed and the 2-bed.
In a month's time, all the bedrooms in the house will be taken up by this big booking. Will these 2 inexperienced hoteliers be able to cope? The Dordogne, southwest France. A place where sun, tranquility and amazing food are all available in abundance. Just 3 hours away from France's capital, Paris, 60 minutes from Bordeaux, and an hour-and-a-half flight from London, this region has long been a favourite with British expats. Here, a 3-bedroom cottage costs half as much as in Kent. Surrounded by the rolling hills of the central Dordogne, Rouffignac-Saint-Sernin-de-Reyac is a small town with a big name. which Mark and Sylvie Young fell for when pursuing their dream of living in France. Along with their 2 children, 8-year-old Dylan and 9-year-old April, the family have moved here with the dream of opening their own gîte business.
When I was in England running my own business, I was working sometimes till sort of like 8 o'clock at night. Work, money, wasn't it? My turn. But we've come here, is a lot more slowed down. Life is good.
We've never spoken so much.
Yeah.
Mark's a long way from home, but Sylvie hasn't strayed far.
Obviously, I'm French. It's easy to understand with my accent.
But after 10 years together in England, Mark has shut down his building renovation business in Kent to move here.
Hello. You all right?
But he's not downing tools just yet.
So what are you doing today? Just half of it?
Half today, half tomorrow.
He's transforming this dilapidated 19th century farmhouse into a glamorous holiday gîte.
That's the bathroom here.
The bathroom's going to come to here, like across there, up to the chimney breast, a lounge, and then diner kitchen.
Double French doors with a patio there, so the people who come here have their own barbecue area.
And the stairs would come up the side, go upstairs into 2 bedrooms, a large bedroom and a smaller bedroom.
Big window there for the bedroom, so you got the view on the valley.
We drove into the front in complete silence. We got out of the car, we didn't say a word. Sylvie went one way, I went the other way, and we just walked around in complete silence. And I looked at Sylvie and said, this is too big. We don't have enough money for this. And Sylvie sort of looked at me and went, And I looked at her and I said, but I love it. Sylvie said, yeah, let's buy it. And that was that.
With limited funds, Mark and Sylvie have no alternative but to do all the work themselves.
I'm not a heavy tradesman. I'm more sort of like a kitchen fitter, bathroom fitter, that sort of thing, you know.
When I met you, you were not that.
I was not what?
You were not in a building trade, were you?
No, I was a London black cab driver.
Yes. Yes.
I get bored quickly, don't I? I'm one of the people that just has to go over the hill to see what's on the other side. And once I've gone, I can't come back because there's another hill. What's over that one?
Mark and Sylvie have given themselves a year to complete the gîte.
Together, ready? 1, 2.
And there's no room for manoeuvre.
That's it, together.
If they don't open next year, they will run out of money. So former bar manager Sylvie is being roped into the renovations.
That's it, just keep on going. It's a lot easier with 2. When I'm doing a building project, I ask Sylvie to do it, and she can't do it how I expect it to be done. I get frustrated because I think, well, why can't you do that? But I'm experienced in that, and Sylvie's doing it for the first time. I sometimes forget that.
Yes, you forget it.
Yes. Hang on, stop.
Mark and Sylvie are going to need their combined skills to make this business work. They paid €150,000 for the site, funded by the sale of their cottage in England.
It's a lot easier to pull. Huh? It's a lot easier to pull. Spin it round. That's it.
Their goal over the next 5 years is to create 3 holiday homes alongside their 4-bedroom house.
The first gîte should be ready within the year.
No, the first gîte will be ready within the year.
Well, if it all goes to plan. But it's a bold statement for a couple doing all the work themselves.
You've got to take risk in life.
The renovations have only just started. Will Mark and Sylvie's big gamble on this project pay off? The Costa del Sol, southern Spain. With over 100 miles of beautiful sandy beaches, it's no surprise the summer months see holidaymakers flock to the area. It has the mildest winter in Europe, and this is the place Gary Adamson chose when he decided to open a bar on the seafront resort of Fuengirola, naming it Sam's after his son.
It's on my bucket list. My dream, my aim, my goal, if you like, was to always get a bar in Spain. I've holidayed in Spain many, many years, and that was always my dream. No, there's a lot worse places to live.
Los Boliches in Fuengirola is a prime spot where about 1 million holidaymakers come every year.
Good afternoon. How are we doing, all right? Good, good, good.
West Country boy Gary left his job at an energy company in Lowestoft and bought a lease for Sam's Bar for €25,000.
Small or large? Small. One small beer and one white wine small.
But he's not come here alone. He's brought his best friend with him.
Morning, Garrett. At last, the one-armed wonders arrived.
39-year-old Karen Hiles, whom he first met working for Pontins.
Get back on that bar. Come on, off you go. You're late.
She's just arrived from England to realise her own dream of a life in the sun.
It was something that I've always wanted to do from an early age, but not been brave enough to do it on my own. Lots to do. Where are we up to? Having Gary over here, having a friend at hand, I felt more safer coming over.
Karen's invested €12,500 of her own money in Sam's Bar. And on top of that, the two friends have maxed out their credit cards for £5,000 to fund the renovations.
Thank you very much. I'll take that away from you. All right. Yeah, everything rides on this. What's that saying when you like, you roll red and it comes up and we toss a coin?
We've put everything into
everything and some, isn't it now?
Gary and Karen are about to test their friendship to the limit. Tonight, they've planned an opening party to promote their bar amongst the tourists and the locals.
8 o'clock, we've got our official opening night tonight. 8 o'clock, mind? Yeah, 8 o'clock.
And they're already up against it. Karen won't be much use behind the bar. One-armed barmaid.
I slipped over coming out of the bathroom, so I've broken my shoulder in 2 places. Just had an operation, up and down, unfortunately, but these things come to try us.
For tonight to be a success, Gary and Karen need to attract as many tourists as they can.
How are we doing, all right? Good, good, good. There's a free buffet, champagne when you first come in. Yeah, please come along, you're more than welcome. There's a lot of people on holiday at the moment, so people on their holidays. There's a lot of people who live here as well, so they've been invited tonight. No drinks? Any drinks? Maybe later? 8 o'clock. Hello, ladies, all right?
Time for former Pontins blue coat Gary to turn on the charm.
Is it also today?
No, because that says Sunday and today's Saturday, which means it's tomorrow. Yeah.
It's very, very lively.
Nice cold drink. Yes, come on.
Lots and lots of energy, which is absolutely fantastic.
You come in here. I said, do you want to be? You want to? There we go.
It's not sunset yet, but guests are already trickling in.
It's very, very nice here. Very pleasant, beautiful outlook. You couldn't do any better, could you?
Friendly staff. That's what you want.
With the bar filling up, Gary's confident enough to go and fetch some extra tables and chairs. He keeps them stashed at the villa where he lives with Karen and 2 lodgers, just 3 minutes away from the seafront.
Just come back to get them, take it back down, so we're going to eat tonight for, hopefully for the extra people we got and the food and everything. Do you want us over the top?
Gary's certainly optimistic, but his new bar is just one of more than 100 others in Fuengirola. Will he and Karen make a go of it?
There we go. Realistically, if it didn't work, we could be in trouble.
Could be.
We could be in trouble. There's too much at stake.
The Dordogne, southwest France. 2 months ago, Mark and Sylvie Young fell in love with a small group of houses just outside the French town of Rouffignac.
Coming to France is Sylvie's dream. I love being challenged. I love new things. We were very comfortable in England, financially and work-wise. Life was very secure, but just to throw everything up and roll the dice and come here, I love it. Just love that way of life. But I've always lived my life like
It was
that.
complacent, but it was boring.
Sylvie's going to check.
Mark and Sylvie snapped up 3 properties for just £150,000. Their business plan is to turn these derelict farmhouses into a complex of holiday gîtes. But to make it work, they're doing everything themselves.
Small little morsel. Voilà.
But there's been a hitch.
Très bon. Well, we've had some bad news. I've been diagnosed with a hernia, which when we first realised I was diagnosed with a hernia was a bit of a shock. Basically, I can't do any heavy work for about 2 to 3 months, so the doctor says, but we'll see about that.
With a budget and schedule to work to, Mark refuses to admit defeat.
What do you reckon? Do you reckon you can carry one? They're quite heavy, these ones. What I love about concrete blocks in France is they're made with these 2 little holes in. So you can put your thumbs directly in there and they're really easy to carry. Fantastic invention. So simple.
The French design might make it easier, but at 13 kilos a block, Mark is hardly following doctor's orders to avoid physical work.
Well, since I've been diagnosed with a hernia, we put in the second half of the concrete floor, which was more hurtful to my back than my hernia, to be honest. We've done the foundations for the internal walls to go up, and we brought these blocks in.
But all this work could soon be put on hold. Mark's just found out he needs an operation.
How are you feeling?
I feel fine. I think the most important thing is just getting the date down for the operation. Then we can start planning around that.
Yeah, we'll be all right. We're not people who don't do anything. You don't take that kind of project. If you're someone who just like take everything to the letter and think like Mark's being diagnosed with a hernia, so that's it, I can't do anything. Maybe some people will react that way.
If I felt it was going too much for me, I would stop. I'm very handy with a bit of masking tape. I can soon strap myself up and away we go again.
Today, he and Sylvie are off to a doctor's appointment in the capital of the Dordogne, the city of Périgueux. It is famous for its many stunning sights, but they haven't had time to see any of them.
Here we are. What is it, Dr.
Dr. Cohen.
Wish me luck.
Good luck, Annie.
After his operation, Mark faces a 2-month ban on physical work. Will this kill their dream of opening next year? In the Spanish region of Almeria, Peter Thompson and partner Lee Bradford are preparing for their first booking.
If we do separate rooms, then there's no arguing.
When 12 people descend on their house in 3 weeks' time, every bedroom in the house will be full.
I'm just moving it around the room, really.
Peter and Lee stand to make a big profit from this booking, but they know they have to get everything right.
These people turn up and they'll need single beds and whatever, whereas Lee will just go, fine, we'll do it on the day, but I'm more...
Let's analyse it to death.
Let's panic. Let's shut up.
Nothing phases me.
No. Not at all. Not at all. It's quite scary. Right, that's me done.
Fortunately, Peter and Lee are about to get a chance to have a dry run at managing guests. Today, Lee's aunt Sharon has come for a visit from drizzly England with her husband and son for a fortnight.
Wow, this is really nice.
As Lee told you, we're ready for another heat wave. It's 43 today. Last week down in Herculaneum it was 48.
When we left, raining, and well, we had t-shirts on, but I think, you know, mid-afternoon you needed to put something else on.
Sharon and husband Christopher are staying in Peter and Lee's biggest self-catering house, which has 4 bedrooms and a pool.
I'm not moving for a fortnight, I'm not going anywhere or doing anything. Just staying here. Casey's upstairs, I'm going to pick my bedroom.
With 4 bedrooms and only 3 people, there are plenty of choices to make for Peter and Lee's guests.
You definitely sleeping down? Yeah. Yeah? You could have your own room. Would you like your own room? Please have your own room. And you can break your neck when you come out in the morning. Got insurance.
For the next 15 days, Peter and Lee will practice the art of running a holiday let in preparation for their first booking.
Those sheets, them white seats look like they've come out of disabled toilet.
It's important that they like it and they feel comfortable, and it's good that we get feedback from them. And she's from Yorkshire, so she's not scared to... she's not scared to hold back, let's put it like that.
The old people should sleep downstairs, I think. Oh, should have a bit of glass, have a glass.
It tastes better out of the bottle.
So I'm going to go and unpack.
Okay.
Get the kettle on there.
2 weeks later, it's nearly checkout time for Peter's aunt.
It has been perfect for us. Idyllic, really. It's been very, very relaxing and more than what I expected.
But Sharon is family after all, and before she goes, she has a few things she'd like Peter and Lee to know.
We've been keeping a list. It's just, you know, little things like, oh, that mirror shouldn't be there, it should be here. Things that they've not necessarily missed, but not thought of because they're men. Are you ready for the list? Do you want the list?
I've heard a lot. You've said a lot of it already.
I have, but I found out some more. Coasters.
Yes.
Because I don't want your furniture marked. Melamine crockery for children. On the floor, they're just going to smash, you know, and I'm just frightened of people hurting it. Health and safety gone mad here.
We don't have health and safety in Spain.
Socket the left-hand side of the cooker. It's the wrong nozzle. That's as low as it goes. Laundry basket. If it's a big family house, they need a laundry basket. Ironing board, the foot's missing off the ironing board, Lee. Serving spoons, oven gloves, hand towels in the kitchen, bag clips, salad servers. But apart from that, everything's absolutely fine. I hope that's what you want. I haven't been too critical.
No, not at all. What? You haven't been critical at all. There's not fixable and changeable very easily. So.
Yeah. I'm from Yorkshire. I can't say any more. Speak my mind. Upset a lot of people a lot of the time. That's why we don't talk to half the family. I'm looking forward to coming back. I haven't gone yet, but I'm looking forward to coming back.
Peter and Lee's first real guests are due soon. Will these novice hoteliers put everything right on time? Los Boliches in Fuengirola, smack bang in the middle of the Costa del Sol. In a prime spot on the seafront, today is the official opening night of Sam's Bar, run by best friends Gary and Karen.
We're ready to rock and roll here, like, you know.
Gary and Karen have organised their opening night to let tourists and residents know that their new bar is open for business.
If we had anywhere near 80 people, it would be an absolutely fantastic night for us. Karen's off to get herself ready now for the night. I know. So she's going to go and put some makeup on there, get herself ready for the evening. But I said to her, you've only got an hour and a half, now hurry up, because it takes a while, like, you know.
Gary and Karen have ploughed their entire life savings into their new business.
Everything is dependent on this venture. Everything that I've got, that Karen's got as well, it's gone into this bar. We've got to make this work. Hi, Daddy. You and Karen have a really good night. Make my bar the best in Los Boliches. Yeah. That's what gets you going, do you know what I mean?
As the evening falls on Fuengirola, the opening of Gary and Karen's bar is the biggest event on the seafront tonight.
Getting exciting now, people arriving, lots of people we don't actually know at the moment, so hopefully all our friends will come over as well.
But with a broken shoulder, Karen won't be much use behind the bar.
One-armed, I'm doing very well.
So she and Gary have hired 2 more staff. It's a big expense, and one more reason why tonight has to be a success.
We're running out of room. We've got friends of ours who are turning up, friends who are on holiday here, and we're getting people in the doors already, you know, so it's looking good. It's looking good. At this stage, we're quietly confident. Is that the same? Is that the same?
It looks like Gary's touting has worked. It's 8 o'clock and the bar's filling up.
Sangria, made fresh. The best sangria in Los Boliches, apparently. Is it nice, yeah? Very nice. Enjoy your drinks anyway, OK?
Came in lunchtime, just on the off chance, and we thought, what a nice place. So we were going to book to come back this evening, because it was an open night, so here we are. It's absolutely wonderful.
Halfway through the evening, even one-armed Karen is roped in for service, as more than 100 people turn up for their free glass of champagne.
A good coffee? We do the best.
You do the best.
We do the best in the Costa del Sol. Have you not heard? It's true. We wanted to be busy in here tonight. We wanted to be busy. We're up against it a little bit, but tonight's proven that for us, it's both good. It both's good for the year ahead.
Among tonight's guests is Expat Paul, who designed the new sign for Sam's Bar. He's already seen 2 businesses close at this site.
People do come to Spain and want the dream to run a bar. So you change all the signs to their names normally. Paul's Bar, John's Bar, Fred's Bar. I've changed the sign 3 times on one bar in a year.
It's a stark reminder of how tricky business can be on the Costa del Sol. But for now, Gary and Karen are happy with their official debut.
Okay, guys, a very warm welcome to Sam's Bar. On behalf of myself and Gary, I'd like to thank you all for coming this evening. It's been a tough 5 months, but we finally got there, and now the bar is open. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What do you reckon then?
What a success.
Do you think so?
Very overwhelming. Nice to see new, old.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
Really good, yeah.
It's good just to get just a couple of seconds for ourselves, like, do you know what I mean? And rock and roll, eh? Rock finger roller. Sam's Bar, come on. Come on, let's get back in.
Tonight has been a success, but it's easy being full when free food and drink are on offer. Can Gary and Karen keep it up until the season starts? Rouffignac in the French Dordogne. A month ago, Mark Young took the difficult decision of downing tools on the Gîte renovation project to have an operation on a troublesome hernia. A wise move in the eyes of his wife, Sylvie.
The hernia was a good thing because it slowed you down in your way of working. Not slow you down in your work, in your way of taking a task on. You're more aware of what can happen.
Yes, because when I pick something up, it hurts.
As he starts his recovery, at least Mark can enjoy some family downtime.
Swimming pool, hey!
This area of France has one of the mildest climates in the country. It's only May and it's already 25 degrees outside.
That's it. It's time for goûter. To a dad, that is just pure pleasure, watching your kids come home and enjoy that. No.
Okay, come on.
Goûter.
Goûter.
We came here to have more time with the family, and it's working out well. You know, we have the time and we have the weather to be outside and enjoy time with the family. I love it here. I love it. This is a life which we wanted. I wouldn't say that.
With Mark's operation meaning no heavy lifting for 2 months and a timetable to stick to, it means somebody else has to do the hard work.
It's heavy.
Do you want a hand?
During the recovery period, Mark is allowed on the building site only to direct the operations, with a complete ban on physical work.
It's just been over 4 weeks since the operation. But the last couple of weeks especially, I've sort of moved into first gear sort of thing, doing a few gardening jobs, and I did put this floor in here. Sylvie mixed it all up, but this last week, I feel that I'm moving into second gear.
I bet the doctors will be really happy, as second gear for Mark means moving some pretty hefty timbers for the new Gîte staircase.
The doctor told me not to do any building work at all for 4 weeks and no real heavy work for 3 months. I just think I might have misheard him. I do listen to the doctor's advice, and I also take my own advice.
Yes.
We're going to start with the 4-metre one. If it goes well, we will bring in the next ones, the longer ones. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, let's
do it. Oh, this is not too bad.
No, that's not bad.
This is not too bad. I can do this.
Well, there goes the doctor's orders then.
You okay?
Yeah.
Each of these timbers weighs in at a whopping 100 kilos, but that's not putting Mark off.
Sometimes I just get focused on something and nothing else matters in the world.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I will complete this or I will die. Ready?
Oh, I don't know, honey. I don't know
Just
if I
don't
can.
drop it. Just don't drop it, because it'll hurt me if you drop it.
You do sometimes forget that I'm only half size as you.
Mark wants to keep the renovations on schedule, but by disobeying doctor's orders, he is risking a reappearance of his hernia.
If I'm honest, that doesn't feel great.
Funny that.
I'm wise enough to know when my body says that's enough.
I don't know.
Well, last one. I'm still walking, so that's a good sign. Let's do it.
Heavy.
If you want to drop it, just let me know and we'll put it down. Just don't drop it.
You were with a hernia support, a back support, and what else? One day you're going to be on a wheelchair.
Mark's recovery period has only just started.
That'll do.
But he's already working flat out again.
Mission accomplished.
As summer is about to start, will his body be able to cope?
I'm going to do that every day.
Los Boliches in Fuengirola, one of the most popular areas of the Costa del Sol, and new home to best friends Gary and Karen.
Nixinula on Madolusus Tutusu Katin Adoluthia.
They've just opened Sam's Bar, right on the seafront, and are basking in the success of their opening night.
See that little flag there, Karen? It's a Finnish flag. You thought it was an English paper.
It said finger.
No matter what country you come from, the place is still called Fuengirola. I know, it ain't rocket science.
It's a quiet start to the day.
Señor, señor, dos iba, pero cerveza. No pasa nada. No pasa nada.
Oh.
Dos, sí. Gracias. No pasa nada. He was sat there minding his own merry business and had a little pint and got up with his dogs and decided to go. And forgot the important thing for me, which is paying his money. So, I'm sure it wasn't on purpose. It's a Spanish sun, maybe, eh? Right then. Come on, my little ladder holder.
But today, the problems keep on coming for Gary and Karen. Their awning has been declared illegal.
Okay, it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Spanish bureaucracy says the beige and black colour scheme is not allowed.
You know, thinking about it, we can actually use this to the customers to wrap up in. We can save ourselves some money on blankets. It doesn't want to come down, does it? They never believe us. It didn't want to come down. So that is what we're going to be left with. No joys going right through. The wind is literally just going to be whipping into here now. Basically, the black in the tolo for now has to come out, which is going to open up my tolo to the elements, which means the whole terrace, if you like, is open to the wind. So it means no one's going to come in here. There's a meeting going on, apparently towards the back end of this week in the town hall, and they're going to decide whether it's legal or not. They've already decided it's illegal, but I think it just gives someone to have a little chance to have some more tapas and a cafe con leche again.
They have been ordered to take down the black trim.
And down. OK.
But they are appealing against the order to remove the beige one as well.
We're all organised and ready to go, and then now we have to take it down and kind of start again, so it's a bit frustrating, really.
Look at that, it's rotten, doesn't it? And you can see our speakers now, that's gone to our terrace. Yeah, what was an improvement to the terrace and to the area, now it's looking like a mess again, you know?
If they lose the appeal, it will cost them €3,500 to put a new one in.
It's not that bad. Come on, man up. We didn't like black anyway, do we? Not a particularly fan of beige either, to be honest with you.
With the council's decision on Gary and Karen's appeal due in a week, will they realise their dream of making Sam's the best bar in the Costa?
It is a risk.
It's a massive risk, isn't it?
Massive.
And it's going to push us.
I believe we can do it. It's
We will do it. We will do it.
Almeria, southern Spain. The driest place in the whole of Europe. On average, it rains a total of just 25 days a year here, compared to 131 in the UK. The desert village of El Puertecico has recently become the new home of Lee Bradford and Peter Thompson.
This is your private terrace. When we moved in, the pool had never had water in it.
They have swapped their two-bedroom flat in Watford for this huge complex of 4 country houses, which they're turning into holiday lets.
Everyone who's been to see it go, oh, I want to live here. We've got a 4-bed house there. Why do you want to live in a 1-bed? Oh, no, I really like it, don't they?
And it's still bigger than most people's houses in London.
I know.
Peter and Lee have no previous experience at running a holiday business. So they've decided to take a busman's holiday and check out the local competition in the town of Bedar for their first break since they came to Spain.
Cool, Bennett. Take care approaching alongside the village of Los Caladas as the police are very hot. There is a 60-kilometre limit. Lee Bradford. Please slow down. Please, can you slow down?
I'm slowing down.
Yeah, well, you're not. That's the point, as usual.
Oops, looks like they do need a holiday. 30 miles down the road lies the town of Bedar. It is only 15 miles from the southern Spanish coast, but it has some stunning countryside too. Today, Peter and Lee are staying at a B&B run by British expat Jane and Terry for the last 8 years.
Hello.
Hello, you're
Hello.
Jane.
And
Hello.
you're somebody, either Lee or Peter.
I'm Lee.
Hello, Lee. Nice to meet you.
Peter.
Hello,
How do you
Peter.
do?
Welcome.
Good to meet you.
And you must be Rufus.
Yeah,
And this is
yeah,
Spooks.
absolutely.
Right, so here's your outside area, which has its little sort of summer kitchen area where with lots of different appliances to make food with and a barbecue.
Rufus, come on.
Jane and Terry have successfully tapped into the dog lovers market, hosting couples from all over Europe.
And then the 2 bedrooms are here. You can choose which one. This one has an ensuite with a bathroom. As somebody who stayed recently says, so if we fall out, we can have one each.
As they have never run a holiday let, Peter and Lee need to observe and learn from this established business.
The one up on us, they've got water.
Made in Yorkshire.
See, now the problem I have is I'm only just on 6 foot, so it's not as though I'm 6'3" or anything. Which bed did you want?
We're going this one.
OK. We could have this one because you put your little legs on it. Hello. Oh, no. No, I don't want special licks, thank you.
Jane and Terry attract German and French visitors as well as English.
Oh, that's interesting. They got it in Spanish and French.
A market which Peter and Lee could also exploit.
Or maybe they don't have a lot of English guests. Maybe it's all Spanish and... Your welcome pack is in French and Spanish as well?
Yes, most of our guests are French or Spanish.
Oh, really?
The vast majority.
Jane and Terry have learnt how important it is to advise customers about the attractions in the local area.
We've got plenty of places that people can go to eat. They just have to drive 5 minutes into the village. Is there a restaurant or a bar in your village? See, that's the issue for you, isn't it? It's hard to do, I think.
After spending the night at Jane and Terry's, have Peter and Lee learned any lessons about how to run a successful B&B?
Ours is quite sort of minimalist in some ways, because like the bedrooms we've just put like 2 pictures behind the bed or 2 pictures in the bedroom and that's it. Have a bit more of a look round, see what we can find. But just seeing it's like you think, God, I wish ours could look like that, but we're at the very beginning, so everything looks so it's small and new. It doesn't look established like all this, so.
I'm very jealous of the garden.
Yeah.
There's way much more vegetation here than we have. A lot of the stuff we can't grow.
Peter and Lee are about to go home and launch into their first tourist season.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
yeah, it's been
glad you
beautiful.
have. Okay. Well, it was really
Thank
nice
you very
to have
much.
you. And I hope to see you again.
Yes.
Oh, you say bye-bye.
Will these 2 inexperienced hoteliers become as successful as their hosts? next time. Peter and Lee welcome their first guests.
How you doing?
Very well.
But will their waterworks let them down?
I'm worried it's got a leak. I'm just going to monitor that it's evaporation or a very expensive leak.
All right.
As work continues into the summer...
Today is 37. You can't work at pace in that kind of heat.
Mark and Sylvie face an uphill struggle.
Here's to a good day. Yeah. Right?
And Gary and Karen prepare to cash in on the start of the tourist season.
380 in 20s, 120 in 10s.
But will a blackout cost them dearly?
Obviously, it's affected business this evening because we've got to turn people away. Panic sets in a little bit because you don't know how long it's going to be off.
Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe for a dream new life.
I feel relaxed already.
And breathe.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
We have to get going, because that's what we're here for, to run a B&B.
So to fund their fairy tale...
Champagne tastes and lemonade money.
Brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business.
What could go wrong?
On this series, we follow those expats, setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain...
Suddenly, all hell breaks loose.
...to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
We're in trouble.
But will they flourish? Or will they fail?
We have no money. Oh, la la.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
If we don't give it a go now, there's always going to be that what if.
No pain, no gain.
On today's show, this British-run holiday centre in Spain welcomes its first clients.
How you doing?
Very well.
But will their waterworks let them down?
I'm worried it's got a leak. I'm just going to monitor that it's evaporation or a very expensive leak.
All right.
Families settle into their new dream French life.
Today is 37. You can't work at pace in that kind of heat.
But face an uphill struggle to open their new business.
Here's to a good day. Yeah. Right?
Two best friends plan to cash in on the start of the tourist season.
380 in 20s, 120 in 10s.
But will a blackout cost them dearly?
Obviously, it's affected business this evening because we've got to turn people away. Panic sets in a little bit because you don't know how long it's going to be off.
Almeria, southern Spain. This is the driest region in Europe, with sweltering hot temperatures all year round. 3 million tonnes of fruit and veg is sent from this region to northern Europe every year.
Tiene menu or see?
18 months ago, caterer Lee Bradford and his partner marketing executive Peter Thompson gave up their jobs in Watford to come and live in the tiny desert village of El Puertecico.
The other side of the mountains over there, you've then got the sea.
Got the sea.
So we're sort of 35 minutes from the beach.
It's a big contrast to what we're used to in the UK.
Living in Watford.
Yeah.
Peter and Lee bought 4 traditional country houses for just £175,000. They spent another £40,000 and 18 months renovating them, and now they're about to start renting them out.
We've been keeping a list of things that they've not thought of because they're men.
2 weeks ago, Peter and Lee had a dry run in preparation for their first commercial booking, courtesy of Peter's Aunt Sharon.
Melamine crockery for children. Coasters, because I don't want your furniture marked. Ironing board, the foot's missing off the ironing board, Lee.
It's been a learning curve.
You've upgraded it.
It's now time to work through the snag list left over by Peter's aunt.
thing about the plastic crockery for children, I can fully understand that. But then again, I've never been to a rental that's had plastic crockery. But things like the kettle where one of the stoppers had come out of the foot so it wasn't flat. But the bit out of all of them I don't understand is toast rack.
Despite the 2-page list, Peter thinks they didn't do too badly for first-timers.
I think we were quite pleased because if that's all you could find, then great. I think that's good.
It's 9 a.m. With the imminent arrival of their first guests, there are some big jobs still to do for Peter and Lee.
We made a bit of a mistake when we had the swimming pool. Painted the pool, didn't read the instructions properly by saying it needs to be left for 2 weeks to set, to cure. And because we'd never had a swimming pool before, we left it 2 days. But unfortunately, then started peeling. So we transferred all the water over and then got someone in to paint it professionally. So now we've got the water delivery coming.
Right, I think I know how to do it, I think.
Among the guests coming to stay at Peter and Lee's next week will be an 18-month-old baby.
Push that down, and it goes down. Then you go up.
Time to build a cot bed for Peter and Lee's youngest guest.
Bother. I'm an instructions man. I will open the instructions, I will take out all the pieces and then follow the instructions. Give me that one bit.
Please, thank you. Every time he doesn't say please, thank you, I say it. And I say, right, you wait till your mother comes, I'll have words. Your son wasn't brought up properly.
After half an hour of work in the sweltering Spanish heat,
Please, thank you.
Peter and Lee can now cater for the baby guest too.
That's it. Go and have a cup of tea. Get any lip and you're spending the night in there.
That's one job ticked off the list. Finally, Peter and Lee's pool is filled with water, and it seems like they may be ready to welcome their guests. Or maybe not.
The pool normally loses, 5 centimetres a day in just evaporation, but this one seems to have been losing quite a lot. And I'm worried that it's got a leak. I would imagine if there's a leak, we're going to have to drain the water. And then they'll reconcrete the bottom.
Water is expensive in the Spanish desert. To fill the pool, which contains 44,000 litres, they need 4 lorry loads costing €60 each.
It'd be like a sinkhole here somewhere. You're walking along, all of a sudden it just collapses into a sinkhole.
That's not funny. That's not funny.
With a possible major leak just days before the arrival of their first guests, Peter and Lee have their work cut out. The Costa del Sol in Andalusia, southern Spain. An area where sunshine is guaranteed 300 days of the year, and the cost of living is 30% lower than the UK. The town of Fuengirola was a traditional fishing port, which has now become one of southern Spain's main tourist destinations, thanks to its many attractions, including parasailing and a marine park. It's also now home to best friends Gary Adamson and Karen Hiles, owners of recently opened Sam's Bar.
We've got sunshine,
Sea
sand.
and sangria. Life is good.
Gary and Karen have put all their money into the bar, situated on the Los Boliches seafront.
This for us, it has to work.
Fine, I think it's a risk, but it's a risk that I think we can pull off.
Well, you know, we're going to give it a right good go, aren't we? You know, we're going to give it everything. We'll have a laugh along the way, won't we? You know, won't we? Well, I laugh at you anyway.
I'll be crying on the way. I don't know about laughing.
You will be. No, you will be, to be honest.
After a successful opening night 6 weeks ago,
And now the bar is open. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
they've been hit by a costly setback.
Okay, it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
The council objected to the bar's colour scheme.
And down.
A replacement awning would cost €3,500.
No, it's not that bad.
So Gary and Karen have decided to appeal against the council's decision.
We spent a lot of money out on our terrace, didn't we? Because it's our shop window, so we knew we had to spend money on it. Money that you haven't really got. What reserve you have for your first couple of months can easily get eaten up.
But after an anxious wait, there's good news. They've now discovered they've won their appeal.
We had this beige issue going on, but now they've had their meeting and they told us that we can actually keep our total, keep our colour. So, because it's not a million miles away from their beige colour, so our beige now is kind of like their beige, which is an accepted beige.
But just when they thought their problems were over, the building behind has embarked on some major work on its facade.
For us here, it's probably going to be about 3 to 4 weeks before they're all finished. And where they're working up above me, here, all the dust and everything is just coming right into the sides here.
But Gary and Karen need to keep the cash coming in. A big credit card bill is due at the end of the week. It's 8 a.m. on Easter Sunday and the seafront is already filling up. It's the unofficial start to the tourist season. It's just a short walk to work for Gary and Karen, who are hoping today will help turn their fortunes around.
It's now time for Gary to do his normal little ritual every morning.
I'll always go through the kitchen and then out through the front door. I think it's bad luck to go out of the different door that you came into previously.
I'm superstitious, but not that superstitious.
Thankfully, it's not just superstition Gary's relying on to succeed.
You always take my back. We spent a lot of money so far, and with one thing or another, with the Toto issues and everything else that's gone on. Today, this is where we start reaping a bit of the money in. We're expecting our best day so far today, but today we're hoping, fingers crossed, that this is going to be the first day that we actually break the €1,000 barrier as well. Well, personally, I like to make 1,200, but if we can beat the 1,000, then I'll be more than happy with that.
With those credit card bills to pay, Gary and Karen are hoping a fresh food menu will give Sam's Bar the edge on what's promising to be a busy day in Fuengirola.
It's all home-cooked food. It's not frozen vegetables, it's proper vegetables. And well, what I would call, coming from Somerset, proper food. It's proper food. One small, one large. I'm never going to assume, so is that what?
It's just a worry because obviously we haven't got our regular chef in because of illness this week, so we've got some people helping us, like, oh, we're absolutely fantastic and really, really professional, but it's obviously that worry. We always have a routine on a Sunday where you know things are done, you know things are done at certain times, and you don't have to worry, but there's that little extra worry today, and it's a really busy day today. We've got the most pre-books that we've ever had.
Cheese and bacon quarter pounder. Okay, it comes with fries and everything, okay. We've got our table plan in place, we know when everyone's coming. Karen stresses, and you can't do anything about that.
As they brace themselves for the Easter Sunday service, will they hit Gary's ambitious €1,000 target?
Right, get out there and start clearing some tables up, Karen. Don't forget you're the boss, off you go. Lead by example.
The Dordogne. This is one of the prettiest areas in France, surrounded by many medieval chateaux. The region also produces more truffles than anywhere else in Europe.
What cow cheese?
It's 7 months since Mark Young and his French wife Sylvie left Kent to settle in the town of Rouffignac, where they are renovating these holiday cottages.
C'est bon, hein? Work, 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 money, 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 wasn't it? But we've come here. We watch much less TV, don't we? Don't watch. We spend a lot of time talking and being a family unit.
Work has just restarted after Mark's recovery from a painful hernia operation 4 weeks ago. To ease the pain, apprentice builder Sylvie is working hard to meet experienced builder Mark's high expectations.
What? Come on. Why?
The pair met online whilst living in the UK, and ex-builder Mark was clear from the start.
Your profile was like You know, if you like DIY, if you know about painting.
I always remember I put, if you're any good at designing kitchens, please get in contact.
Yes. And I was doing up my flat in Stratford at that moment, and you know, and I liked your face.
Allez, hop up.
It's now the beginning of June. To balance the books, Mark and Sylvie need to start renting out the house by next spring.
Starting to get hot up here.
So Mark is trying to make up for the 4 weeks he lost because of his hernia.
As you can see, the confidence in my right leg now is much, much better. I can walk around with loads of confidence, which just a couple of weeks ago, I couldn't do that. I was too nervous, but it's great.
Floorboards shifted. It's time to screw them to the beams. So Sylvie's been summoned upstairs to help. But there's just one small hitch.
Oh, la, 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 la.
Oh, Sylvie can't stand up.
She's afraid of heights.
Come on, honey, up you come. Come on. Right, I'll just run 3 boards along here, because this is quite a straightforward run.
I'm all right now. I'm holding on.
It's a floor. You can't fall off the floor. Do you know?
There's a gap in your floor.
This is the beam we're screwing on, OK? Not this one. This beam stops about here. Try and make it perfectly level with the surface, yeah?
Yeah, it's level, isn't it?
It's about 0.5 millimetre too far down.
I did think, way back in England, like, ooh, can we work together? Because he's I was going to say a control freak, but it's not really a control. Yeah, perfectionist.
More polite word. Going the right way.
It's not long before ex-coffee shop manager Sylvie gets to grips with the power drill.
Hey, there we go. Now we're moving.
If they're to catch up with their 4-week delay, Sylvie has to learn how to cope with the more difficult tasks on her own.
I'm not peeping on her, honestly. I'm trying to concentrate on my own work.
It's a bit too much.
We can't have a gap like that.
No.
Sylvie's wonky floorboard means that Mark will now have to do the job himself.
Oh, it's terrible, isn't it?
It's another setback that prevents Mark from catching up with the schedule, and more hard work for this expat family. Almeria, southern Spain. One of the regions with the highest number of expats in Europe, and a market that rookie hoteliers Peter Thompson and Lee Bradford are keen to exploit.
Neighbours the other side of the hill to us, their daughter got married probably a couple of weeks ago in the UK. They're having a blessing at the house next Wednesday. So the groom, all his family are staying here. This is the full, proper, very first paying guest, so yeah, it'd be interesting.
The arrival of Peter and Lee's first guests is in just 24 hours. So they need to sort the pool.
Let's do a trial run here to see if it is still leaking.
Last week it seemed to be leaking. But there's good news. The leak seems to have stopped.
We're still monitoring it, so we're watching it very closely every day.
It's marked with a pencil.
Now. It's there.
This means a costly repair has been avoided, and the pool is ready to be used once it's been cleaned.
Like sort of 38 degrees, nearly 90% humidity, and you're thinking, God, this stuff we've got to do, we've got to clean the pool, we've got to do this. And at that point you think, oh, I've cleaned the pool. You just take your top off and shorts off and just jump in. You think, now I know why we've got the pool.
With their guests' arrival imminent, all that's left for Peter and Lee to do is to stock up every self-catering unit with the essential items, which means a 40-mile round trip to the nearest supermarket. For one of them.
You haven't done shopping for ages.
Oh, no, it's good, isn't it? Well, no, normally you're the one doing the cooking. If you've got people coming over for dinner or anything, then you know what you want. You do it so well.
It'll be me, on my little own, trying to walk around the supermarket with a huge trolley.
Well, you're younger than I am, so there you go, next.
So today, it's Lee's turn to leave the house and do the shopping. Over to you, Peter.
We need to get some light bulbs, because when we had our guests in last week, we realised we hadn't got enough light bulbs, so we nicked them out of other houses. So as other people were staying in those houses, I think they may appreciate a light bulb now in the odd room now and again.
Just 3 hours later, Lee's back.
Hugely exciting things. Brushes, buckets,
light bulbs.
Now Peter and Lee have to get all the bedrooms ready.
Right, OK, fun begins.
As well as stock up the fridges in the 4 kitchens with breakfast items.
What's missing?
Marmalade.
I bought jam.
Where is it then?
Huh? There's jam. Have you looked in all the bags?
I'll go and have another look. That's empty, that's empty. Now, unless I'm going blind...
I bought jam. I know I bought jam.
Yes, but you didn't buy marmalade?
No, I bought jam.
When I came to you and said, we have no marmalade, which bit did you not understand?
I said I bought jam. And you said I can't find the jam.
No, I said I can't find the marmalade. We don't have marmalade.
Okay.
There you go. Well, why didn't you say that? We wouldn't have wasted all this time as usual. It's not my fault you don't follow the list.
Oops. So jam it is then.
Oh, I can't get staff. Sorry? I heard the word off. But I didn't quite catch the first bit.
Who eats marmalade? No one eats marmalade.
Who eats marmalade? Obviously, I'll cross marmalade off now because I don't have any.
The simple answer to the shopping issue is that if someone doesn't like it, someone can go and do the shopping themselves, can't they? Can't they, dearest?
Yes, beloved. Careful you don't fall down those stairs. I'd hate to injure yourself. It's going to be strange having other people here because we're so used to just two. And then when people do come, they normally stay in with us. So having someone... I can hear movement over there. Who's over there? Oh, yeah, we've got people staying. That's going to be the bit to get used to, I think.
Weeks of preparations and meticulous planning to match all the guests to each of their 12 bedrooms.
Sorry, Ruth, you'll have to wait. Hi, Peter.
Jill, hello.
As Peter and Lee's first guests finally approach, what can possibly go wrong?
Who's in the one? You're in the one. OK, well, we need to move the cot for you, but that's all right.
Oops. It seems like the baby's mother has chosen a different room.
Let's find out where this cot's got to go. Because if it's got to go upstairs, it'll have to go in another way and out. It won't go up the staircase. Upstairs or downstairs?
I'll stick it downstairs.
You sure?
Yeah.
You sure?
Have a think about it.
OK. Everyone's got what they need.
I think they've all decided where they're staying.
For the next 7 days, Peter and Lee will be put to the test.
Even though people tell you it's nice and it's lovely, there's still that bit of doubt that you think, oh, maybe it's not, maybe people won't like it.
Will the newest hoteliers in town make a success of their business? Rouffignac in the French Dordogne, and after 3 months of grafting through the pain barrier to kickstart the family's holiday let business, work has hit a speed bump, and Mark Young has a confession.
I very easily settled into the French way of life, where I'd sort of start work at 9, have a break at 10:30, 2-hour lunch break, and goûter 4 o'clock, call it a day.
There's a good reason for the slump in pace, a heat wave.
Beautiful holiday weather, but to work in, no. Quite a lot of the French people start really early and just call it a day at lunchtime, and I can see why.
It's just so hot.
Today is 37. You can't work at pace in that kind of heat.
The kids can't sleep upstairs, so one sleep with me, the other one sleep in the spare bedroom, and Mark sleep on the sofa.
But they have to battle through the heat as they need to finish the outside for publicity pictures so they can market the villa and get badly needed bookings. And today they have stumbled on a little bonus.
We got friendly with the neighbours, and he said he had all this stone in his barn, which is worth about €150. And he said, would I like it? Well, of course, I said yes.
The freestone has delivered a much-needed saving of €150.
Be careful.
Be careful.
How are you going to carry all this?
My hernia's repaired.
You're so stubborn. Huh? He did more and more and more, and bang, you know. He said to me, I will never go again through this hernia operation and stuff. So I know he won't push himself to the point where he did before. But things needs to be done, so we still have to carry on.
Time for Sylvie to have a go. But it only takes a 3-metre journey to work out this job is not for her. So it's back to normal operations.
I still not Mrs. Muscle.
1.5 hours and 25 wheelbarrow journeys later, the stones are finally shifted, so Mark and Sylvie can concentrate on fixing the stonework on the upstairs bedroom.
Sylvie, we're mixing cement. I'll mix the first batch.
Okay.
I'm just going to build up along here.
He makes the first batch, so I can see how it's done.
Doing heavy building work has been a steep learning curve for Sylvie.
I do use Sylvie as quite a lot of manual labouring. I use her as a labourer. But you have to start somewhere. Right. I would like a 4-to-1 mix, OK?
So quoi? 4 cement, 1 sand?
No, 4 sand, 1 cement. Well, it would be very strong.
Right.
So I'm after quite a stiff mix, OK?
I'm getting it all in.
OK, so that's the kind of texture I'm looking for, yeah?
OK.
It's just knowing why you're making the mix in a particular way for a particular job.
OK.
Then you understand it.
Yes. You took the mixing trout.
Catch.
Trout, not a trout.
Trout? Trowel? No big difference.
Put some more water in it.
All right.
Just need a touch.
So has the apprentice made the grade?
Lovely. Smooth, perfect consistency. I'm impressed.
Probably a good job that Mark's happy, as he is facing the threat of mutiny.
You know, I'm French. Obviously, I want to go on strike.
There's lots of work still to do.
I'm shattered. I'm sweating. I need some fluids.
Will this Anglo-French partnership overcome their inexperience and the searing heat to catch up with their building schedule?
Sylvie's in the pool. I don't believe it.
Back in Fuengirola at Sam's Bar, where best friends Gary and Karen have invested €40,000 to build their new life in the sun.
You have, I don't know, a dream, a goal of what you want to do in life, and I know about living the dream where this is pretty damn close to it, like, you know?
It's Easter time, when spectacular processions take place all over this part of Spain. Faithfuls reenact the ancient Catholic tradition of wearing a mask around town in sign of repentance. These processions attract tourists who flock to this region for the unofficial start of the summer season. And Gary and Karen are hoping that their Easter Sunday service will not only break records,
€6, thank you. Thank you.
but also their run of bad luck.
Well, we're hoping to resurrect our fortunes, we most definitely are, you know. We spent a lot of money so far, so yeah, we're all geared up for a long, busy day. So this is going to be Sam's Bar's resurrection, basically.
In spite of the unsightly scaffolding, the lure of the home-cooked food is pulling in the punters.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on in now.
And despite being run by a substitute chef, the bar's kitchen is working at full speed.
It's doing great, absolutely great. It's like clockwork in here today.
But Gary needs to pull in more business if he wants to reach his target.
Small beer? Yeah, absolutely.
And the ex-Pontins blue coat knows a trick or two.
An ordinary small one, Mary.
Oh, look at you trying to be good. Don't believe
The usual there, Mary, yeah? Just the usual for you.
The usual small one.
We've got a small beer, and we've got a small white, and we've got a jug, a white, a large white. It's just a bit of fun. It's what it's all about, innit? You know, have a good banter with the customers, and they come back hopefully, like, you know. You don't upset them too much. We try our best not to. 50 pre-orders, and they're all coming in, plus walk-ins off the street, and it's coming out lovely. Absolutely fantastic. Mary, did you want a dessert at all? No. We might do in a bit, no problem. I'll get you drinks for now then, all right?
As the last of the meals go out...
That's it, finishing it. Lovely, thank you.
It's been their busiest day to date.
This is absolutely fantastic for us, like, yeah, they're coming in from all angles at the moment. We can't put them on tables at the moment, we're asking them to come back. It's exactly what we wanted. Couldn't ask for no more, it's fantastic, absolutely fantastic.
So have they managed to reach their €1,000 target?
Put a lot of money into the business. It's time to try and get some back now as well. So obviously it's really, really important that we reach our figures.
Okay. 400, 380 in 20s, 120 in 10s, 30 in 5s, 60 in 2s, 54 in 1s, and 12 in 50 cents. Give it to a scare.
What do you think? What's your estimate?
I think it's touch and go. Go on. Come on!
You've done it!
Get it! 1056.
Amazing.
This is great news for Gary and Karen, who can now pay their credit card bill.
Game on, girlfriend.
The Spanish region of Almeria, home to Peter Thompson and his partner Lee Bradford, who 4 days ago welcomed their first paying guests to their newly renovated holiday let.
This is the old scenario, isn't it? So do you spend all of your life wishing, oh, I wish we'd done that, I wish we'd done that, or do you just go ahead and do it? And what's the worst thing that happens is you have to go back to the cold, wet, expensive UK.
Their first guests, a party of 12, have come from the UK to celebrate a wedding.
Pretty chill, hello.
Hi.
Baby's in the car.
How you doing?
They decided to book all of Peter and Lee's rooms after driving past the house during the renovations.
Newlywed, yeah. I used to live out here for about 2 years, so we wanted my Spanish friends out here to come and enjoy the wedding as well, so we thought, why not have two? We had a look round, and they hadn't done everything, but they were in the middle of it, really, and covered in paint and stuff like that, literally at that time.
After 18 months living alone during the renovation...
Shouldn't you be doing something as well? We should give new jobs, shouldn't we?
They're now adapting to looking after the guests on the complex.
But it was good when you see people walking around with a beer, you just think, you obviously feel at home. Or have we not bought enough alcohol?
It's crucial for Peter and Lee that their guests enjoy their stay.
I see it as a good opportunity, because if they like it, they'll go and talk to other people about it. Whatever. They'll either like it because it's nice and peaceful and tranquil, or they'll go, ooh, it's very quiet here, isn't it? Toilet flushed, we have toilet paper, hot water, lights, hand wash. Right.
Even though their accommodation is self-catering, Peter and Lee have planned a surprise meal to impress their first guests tonight.
See, Lee's trained as a chef, so he's one of these people who opens cupboard doors and does this and puts together a fantastic meal. And I just can't, I'm not at that stage.
The perfect place for food shopping is the town of Huercalovera, 20 miles down the road, where there is a local weekly market.
I want some pimenton.
It's very relaxed and very sort of informal, like, you know, if you want to stop and have a coffee, and there's no urgency, there's no rush. It's a bit like Spain altogether, really. It's all a bit mañana and...
A big draw for Chef Lee is the array of fresh fruit and veg on offer.
Have you?
Have you?
In the UK, you'll get produce picked unripe and then shipped in refrigerated lorries to the UK. Here you buy everything and it's ripe. There's a lot more flavour in because it's allowed to ripen on the plant. The only downside is it doesn't last, you have to use it straight away.
Back home, it's 4 hours to go until the big meal.
They're going to let us know what time they want to do.
Oh, I've told the ones in the one bed 7:30.
OK.
But ex-chef Lee is unflappable.
So I've got things like fresh anchovy, some prawns, some squid, meatballs and some fried chicken, tortilla. So I hope they eat all those sort of things.
Lee used to feed 13,000 students a day as a university caterer in England, but he knows the success of this meal might help to bring in more customers, so satisfying tonight's guests is a must.
Well, we need to make enough to live on, so it is quite important. We need to make enough money to keep us here without one of us having to go back and work in the UK. Which a lot of people do. There's a lot of people that have to go back and work in the UK. Because unless you work for yourself, there's very little work over here.
With 12 guests about to sit down for dinner, will the meal be a hit and generate the good reviews Peter and Lee's business desperately need? It's summer in the French town of Rouffignac in the central Dordogne. Hundreds of thousands of tourists have arrived in the area to enjoy its traditional markets and the many local attractions. But there's no rest for husband and wife, Mark and Sylvie Young.
Today is just like so hot, close to the 40s.
It's now August, and after completing the floor in the loft, they're braving the summer heat to complete the outside of the holiday home.
So I come in every half an hour and we'll see how he's doing, if he hasn't melted yet.
Melted? I'm like fried like a piece of bacon.
Oh yeah, fried.
I need some more than that. I need more than that. All on my back.
All right.
Exterior work has to be finished by the end of summer so they can start advertising for next year.
I can't really help, we only have one scraper. So...
With time running out, they can't afford any mistakes.
I'm paying the price for being so stupid yesterday. I rendered this wall yesterday, and then you've got to scrape it down 3 to 5 hours afterwards. So I thought what I'd do, I'd just spray it all with water, keep it moist, and come out and do it today. Well, it's set like stone. But it's become quite personal now, and it's sort of like me against the wall.
Honey, refreshment. Or do you want me to scrape?
Let me have a scrape. It's not purpose. It's scrape. I'm still teaching her English because she so often corrects me on my French. You scrap away.
Constant difficulties and delays mean that Sylvie is still being roped in for the hard work, despite her inexperience.
When I work with you and then you get really grumpy because my work is not to your standard.
It's the wind. I'm just keeping the wall wet.
She just walks offside.
Just walk off,
She'd be sacked for that.
Where are you off to?
Once Mark has put his wall right, he will tackle the big cosmetic refurbishment of the Gîtes outside area.
The main job's a patio. We've got 5,500 little tiny tiles. I'm hoping to lay 500 a day, you know, I just don't know. But no regrets about coming to France and doing this. I'm absolutely loving it. Sylvie and me always had a good relationship. It's even better now. You know, when a couple spend a lot of time together, sometimes it's not so good, but in actual fact, it's even better. I really enjoy Sylvie's company, so it's good. Bon, fini. Well, thank you all. It's been a pleasure. I feel exhausted, but I'm pleased with that. Let's go. I'm going to go have a shower. I'm going for a drink. Allez, lock up. Come on, Jess.
But for the rest of today, Mark and Sylvie have put work to one side. They're having a housewarming party with their neighbours and some of their friends who've come over from England.
Reminds me of 1977 Jubilee party in the streets.
Living in France has made Mark a warmer host.
Lots and lots of kissing, which is quite a nice thing. I'm quite used to it now. I feel very comfortable even kissing men, which is quite nice. When all the friends came over from England, they all went, "Oh my God, Mark's changed. He's so much warmer and sociable now." Not so standoff English. It's nice to show our friends and family sort of the reality of living in France. You know, they're here enjoying a sample of our lifestyle, and that's nice.
Yes, it's
you know,
true.
and
yeah.
it's going to be sad to see them go.
I didn't want to say that because I'm going to cry.
Yeah, okay.
It's hard, you know, because you realize they are friends for life, but they've got to go away.
That's one of the only downsides of moving to France, isn't it?
Yeah.
If the Youngs are to stand a chance of carrying on living here, they have to stick to their work schedule. And 5,000 tiny patio tiles are the next big challenge. In Fuengirola, southern Spain, Sam's bar, run by best friends Gary and Karen, has enjoyed a successful start to the summer season.
Bar exceeded our expectations, in all fairness.
The amount of customers through the door is more than expected.
Gary and Karen's Easter service was a hit, but now they're back down to earth with a bump. It's now June, and halfway through Saturday afternoon opening, they've suffered a power cut.
It was literally, we were just in full operation. We were looking down the Paseo just to see how many people were out and about. We come back in, the one telly was off, so we thought, oh, that's a bit strange. Then the slush machine was off, and then when we investigated further, everything down this one back line of the bar, it was all off. Panic sets in a little bit because you don't know how long it's going to be off. Or in the past, if we have little cuts and things, it rectifies itself within minutes, but obviously it's been going on for 5 hours trying to sort something out now, so it's a process over here in Spain.
Gary is back in the UK visiting his son, so Chef Steve has been put in charge of solving the problem.
All I've done is just rigged up an extension lead to the one existing plug socket that works.
Very technical.
Yeah. What a chef always saves the day.
The repair may be ingenious, but as night falls, it's not enough to keep Sam's open.
Obviously, it's affected business this evening because we've got to turn people away. It's easier to close the bar than not give the proper service that we always would like to give.
If an electrician can't get them up and running by tomorrow, they stand to lose another lucrative service.
So it's our busy day tomorrow again, so we have all our prep for Sunday lunch and everything ready. That's what we've been busy doing again, and then this happens.
After closing the bar down, Karen needs to break the bad news to her business partner.
2 phases are working, 1 phase isn't, and basically we can't do anything until the janitor comes out tomorrow to open up this box. I'm totally confusing you, I know I am. I'm not an electrician, Gary.
All Karen can do now is cross her fingers, and with a firm promise from the electrician to be there in the morning, Karen better hope that his mañana does really mean tomorrow. Next time.
These are beef skewers.
Peter and Lee struggle with their first ever dinner service.
There's nowhere on the table to
Sure,
put it.
there's a space to put that.
You really want me to show you where that space is?
As they near the end of their gîte renovation project,
I'm just mentally exhausted. I've just decided that I've had enough.
will Mark and Sylvie manage to finish the job?
When he's like that, I just don't talk to him.
And a new family moves to Spain to open their dream bar.
Well, kids, this is ours. We've got to make it.
But are they in for a bumpy ride?
My bank is empty. We've got nothing left. We need to open the bar.
It's a dream chased by thousands of Brits each year.
It's a wonderful way of life.
Heading to Europe to set up new lives and businesses in the sun.
Get it!
They're seduced by gorgeous scenery.
It's a beautiful place to live, it really, really is.
Year-round sun and a better, cheaper way of life.
I wonder what the temperature is today.
But how easy is it to turn the dream into a reality?
This is like the final frontier.
In this series, we follow the expats as they say goodbye Blighty.
There's no reason for me to go back to the UK. I have nothing there.
And begin their new lives.
What could possibly go wrong now?
Setting up bars and restaurants in Spain.
I know, it ain't rocket science.
Gîtes and B&Bs in France.
Voila.
When nothing is ever as simple as it sounds.
We're starting to get sleepless nights because you're starting to get worried.
It's great. What more could I want?
On today's show...
These are beef skewers.
In Spain, two rookie hoteliers struggle with their first ever dinner service.
There's nowhere on the table to put it.
There's a space to put that.
You really want me to show you where that space is?
As they near the end of their gîte renovation project...
I'm just mentally exhausted. I've just decided that I've had enough.
Will this couple manage to finish the job?
When he's like that, I just don't talk to him.
And a new family moves to Spain to open their dream bar.
Well, kids, this is ours. We've got to make it.
But are they in for a bumpy ride?
My bank is empty. We've got nothing left. We need to open the bar.
Almeria, southern Spain. One of the most sought-after destinations for English expats. This is the third cheapest place to holiday in Europe. A day's vacation costs on average £36, as opposed to $64 you would spend in the USA and the $80 you would spend in Italy.
Come on.
It's been 18 months since partners Peter Thompson and Lee Bradford came here to live.
It's been a good move, definitely. I don't say I desperately miss Watford.
We earn enough money to live, and we spend most of the day in the sunshine.
That'll do. Sold. Come on.
They gave up their jobs as a marketing manager and caterer in Watford to move to the desert village of El Puertecico, where they've turned 4 country houses into a holiday complex.
There's 37 rooms in total, 13 bedrooms, 9 bathrooms, 4 kitchens, 2 swimming pools.
Cuddly toy and a fondue set. There we go.
This week, their first ever guests arrived.
I'll stick it downstairs.
Sure.
It was a tricky start as they had to rearrange the furniture.
I think my words would be, I told you so.
I know.
They've rented the houses, they decide where they want to go.
Well, they'll all have a rummage through the kitchen, so they'll all find out where the stuff is.
Just relax. So you need to...
Now it's their guests' final day and Peter and Lee are hoping for some good reviews. So they're organising a farewell dinner.
Chicken with smoked paprika, meatballs, albondigas, beef pinchos.
It doesn't mean anything.
What? Beef skewers.
Thank you.
Preparing the food should be a doddle for caterer Lee. He used to oversee a team feeding 13,000 people every day at his job at the University of Hertfordshire.
I'm more practical, so I tend to do the more practical things.
Yeah, whatever.
And Peter's more admin-based.
Oh, God. It's wrong in so many ways. So why do you do it thicker bits like that and not like you get in a restaurant where they're like a onion ring?
I don't know, I'll just do it this way.
OK. You know, I don't know if it was the Bradford Catering School.
Oops.
I think if we open a restaurant, that'd be quite good, because then you can get staff in and I don't have to be here.
The guests will turn up in an hour.
So I haven't got anything to knock, have I? Are you aware we're doing dinner this evening?
Yes.
So about 7:30?
Yeah. Where do we find you guys?
We're in the next house to you.
Time for this couple to shine.
We said about 7:30, so they'd better. If not, we're going around knocking on doors. Your dinner's on the table, it's getting cold. Oh, stand by your beds. Hi.
Can I come in?
Yeah, please do, please do. Please sit wherever you like. So what would everyone like to drink? We've got red wine, white wine.
But it looks like when it comes to serving at the table...
These are beef skewers.
Former marketeer Lee isn't exactly a natural.
You've got fish out there with no lemon.
Right, and where am I balancing that? On the head? There's nowhere on the table.
I'm sure there's a space to put that.
You really want me to show you where that space is?
Just you can't eat fish without lemon.
They're tucking into everything, Lee. They're more shocked at how much food keeps coming out than on anything. I think as the chef should take the last two out and say, are you enjoying it? I think it would be a nice touch if you took the stuff out.
OK.
I'm just saying. Don't get so stressed.
I'm not stressed.
But what do the guests think of the food?
I don't eat fish. I just about eat cod. So that was really good.
It was cooked by Lee, served by Peter, and it was wonderful.
Perfect. And obviously I did too much food.
As the guests turn in for the night, will Peter and Lee get the good reviews they need? The Dordogne, southwest France. This picturesque region is the chosen holiday destination of hundreds of thousands of people each year. They are attracted by the region's beautiful surroundings, its gourmet food and cheap, plentiful wine.
Eh bien, merci, madame.
A bottle of red costs on average just £2.50. Mark and Sylvie Young have swapped the hustle and bustle of London to set up a gîte business in the village of Rouffignac.
There was always a question mark, how would I fit in France? I love it here. Our deal is that Jean-Baptiste speaks English to me and I speak French to him. Oui?
Yes.
Oui, voilà.
Like this.
Mark and his French wife Sylvie gave up their jobs in England 6 months ago to restore these 3 houses. They spent all their money on buying the properties, which means they now have to do all the renovation work themselves.
I should be knocking these down and laying them in so fast. Everything is taking so much longer. No, that's not good, is it? Yeah, I'm struggling.
So far, Mark and Sylvie have completely stripped the interior of this old farmhouse, which they want to convert into a 3-bedroom self-catering gîte. They have built a loft with stunning views over the countryside, despite Mark's crippling hernia, which forced him to stop working for a month. Mark has now started to tackle the trickiest job of all. He has 5,000 tiny tiles to lay on the front patio.
This has taken over a week longer than I thought it would have taken.
Replicating the original French paving will make the villa look more authentic, but builder Mark has drastically underestimated the amount of work needed.
I'm just mentally exhausted. I don't know whether it is the patio. I've just thanks, Jess. I've just decided that I've had enough.
When he's like that, it's just best to just leave him to it.
Yeah.
And just do this meal. I just don't talk to him.
My heart's not in it. It's not good.
And it seems like no one can do anything right.
Ah, Panda, no! Off! Go on, go away! Go away! Oh.
Least of all, his wife.
Can I just point something out? Because you know you're going to be out. This area here, there's about 15 stones with no red.
But then you told me you don't like to have... You like to have the reds that touch each other.
No, they don't all have to touch each other. If you look, there's lots and lots of single ones about. I just said no more than 3.
Ah.
Mark and Sylvie originally hoped to finish the first sheet this summer. Delays now mean they won't reach their goal.
So sadly, I think the objective of completion of the summer is now gone. The actual light at the end of the tunnel, somebody's just put a shutter over the top of it, and we're not going to be able to get there. I failed. Doesn't sit easy with me, failure.
But the couple need to complete the exterior of this sheet so they can take photos and advertise the complex in time for next season.
If I was doing it for a customer in England, I would complete it. So I failed because of lack of effort.
It's a real low point for Mark.
A bit disappointed and a bit drained. I feel like I've sort of let Sylvie down a bit, but anyway.
Will he pick himself up to finish the outside by the end of summer? The Spanish town of Benalmádena, twice voted the best marina in the world. Every year, 1 million tourists come here to soak up the sun and spend their hard-earned cash. Here, bars and pubs provide great value for money. A pint of beer can cost as little as €1.50. So after their pub lease in the UK expired, former landlords Wendy and Carl Jones, daughter Rebecca and boyfriend James came to Spain to open a bar in the sun.
Right, what do you do here? You won't let me have any.
2 days after leaving the business, we're in Spain.
Flippin' heck. We're jobless. And we're everything else less.
Less.
So why not just jump on the boat, drive over to Spain and see what they've got? Just be careful, dear, you're very close. And it was as simple as that.
Yeah.
The Joneses have just bought the lease for this bar in the popular Bonanza district of Benalmádena. Until last week, they were living in Wigan, Greater Manchester. Now they've taken up temporary residence at Carl's expat mum's house in the Spanish province of Almería.
Well, I've got the keys to the bar. Have you got passports?
I've got the passports in my bag.
We need bin bags.
We need bin bags and we need cloths.
Today they're going to take a look at the bar they've bought in Benalmádena. There's only one snag. It's a long way from their base.
200-mile journey there and 200-mile journey back each time from here. So it's going to be a long day. Every motorway stop, she has to go for a wee.
Have we got everything? We've got drink.
Told you.
After a 5-hour trip, the Joneses arrive in the tourist heart of Benalmádena.
Oh, God. Who put that there?
They are about to take a look at their new bar, the Skiver's Rest, which they plan to open in just 5 days.
Excited. The very first opening. There we go. Hey. And we're in.
The Joneses have budgeted €9,000 to start up their business.
There we go. That's better, isn't it? You can see now.
And they've only $2,000 left after buying the lease.
We're on a big budget shoestring.
By the skin of our teeth.
Yeah, very much so.
As you can see, it needs a lick of paint and cleaning up a little bit.
It's only a lick of paint. I'd say that air conditioning unit.
That's all tiled, so that can just be all cleaned.
As well as renovating the interior, the Joneses will have to reconnect the utilities before they can open for business.
Yeah, definitely no water.
You're not going to try and plug anything in, there's no electric.
There may be lots to do before they can open, but Rebecca is already thinking ahead to this bar's bright future.
Like, if we were going to be having the disco lights, the restaurant next door doesn't want to have laser lights while they're eating the pasta, do they?
I'm aiming high. I want to really go for it. I want to have a few bars in my own name And also, I want to be able to get a couple of nightclubs where I could have the top DJs in, DJs such as Calvin Harris.
First things first, though.
Work well, lads.
The girls are off to try to get the utilities reconnected while the boys start cleaning up.
Treasures of the universe.
That's dry as a dodo. You don't know how long they've been up there. Oh no, that's good enough. That'll stir up.
Being on a very tight budget, this old pot of paint is a good find, as it's just saved Carl €12. But after just an hour's work...
Yeah, I'm not paying it all with a little brush.
The boys have run out of things to do.
I'll do for that.
We're not getting any further in this though, because we're stuck. We're stuck. We ain't got no electric, we ain't got no water.
We are literally at a standstill.
Brand new chair.
Oh, I'm settled up for the day. You carry on working.
2 hours later, Becca and Wendy are back, empty-handed.
What they've done.
They've not been able to switch the water or electricity back on and have been told to come back mañana.
There are so many blockades that stop you from going to the next stage.
There's only so much you can do with no electric, no water, no nothing. You know, you can't do any cleaning down. We've done the best we can do, but we get painting on a lot now, won't we?
With money running out fast, they need to get the water and power sorted so they can open as soon as possible. In the meantime, they have to put up with that tiring 400-mile road trip.
Yeah, they're happy now, they've got toilets.
The village of Rouffignac in the Dordogne, southwest France. Mark and Sylvie Young have been here for nearly 6 months.
We actually came here with the idea of driving up to the Pyrenees because we were looking to move to the Pyrenees. And we drove through the whole of the Pyrenees and spent 2 days away and came back here, didn't we? And I turned to Sylvie and said, I actually really like it here. And now we live just 5 minutes down the road.
Mark may love this place, but at work he has hit a mental wall. Actually, it's a 5,000 tile patio.
You know, I feel like I need a holiday. I need a break.
But after 3 weeks of relentless spirit-sapping work...
Parfait. Très bien.
Mark has finally completed his patio marathon.
I finished. If I can start thinking about something else rather than just thinking about squares, you end up thinking about crosswords and Tetris and Sudoku. I feel at peace.
And with that painstaking task out of the way, Mark is back to his old self, throwing everything into the rest of the exterior renovation.
I look back and I just can't believe how someone could get like that, be such a positive person all the time, and just let something like that, it just got me down. I was a defeated soul, you know, and anyway, I'm back, Mark Young's back, let's crack on.
And that means bossing around wife Sylvie.
You must never rush painting. Never, ever rush painting. I am very, very opinionated about painting. Incredibly opinionated.
Obviously, I'm following my lesson. Don't put too much paint on the paintbrush.
With these 2 windows out here, the bottoms have got to be painted to the sills as well, and you haven't prepped them. Obviously, people are going to walk down here and look up. It's just if a job needs doing, you need to do it properly. I'm quite pleased about painting it, because I can keep an eye on you.
Yeah.
No, I'm just looking at... no, I'm not going to say a word. I'm not going to say a word.
Sometimes, if he tells me, like, you know, you can talk really condescending to me.
We're getting there, aren't we? We're getting there. You'll have the windows finished today, won't you? Yes, Mark. Do the best you can, I'll finish it off.
I prefer that. Yes, Mark, sure.
I think over the summer I have been particularly bad because I have been driving myself so hard.
Yes, you lost your patience,
yeah,
which
I
is
did.
not
I was
good.
just pushing.
As a manager, you should know not to use your patience.
I quite agree. The brush strokes are really showing on that. Brush strokes are not good. You shouldn't see brush strokes when you paint. It should be even a textured finish. Not like that. Just brush it on.
You need to look after your staff if you want them to work.
And also talk to them in a proper fashion.
Exactly. You know, I could have you done for, you know, verbal abuse.
Autumn is just around the corner, the time when people start to think about next year's holidays. Mark and Sylvie are going to have to put their skates on if they want to finish the exterior and start advertising their gîte. They have to repaint the front of the house, finish installing the windows and erect a sign on the driveway.
All right.
He just doesn't like me watching her.
No, allez, go.
The village of El Puertecico in the Spanish region of Almeria. It's 6 a.m. and hoteliers Peter Thompson and Lee Bradford are up early. Their first guests are leaving at dawn and they want to be there to say goodbye.
Just follow the motorway and it's signposted airport after about an hour.
Good online reviews and personal recommendations are vital to Peter and Lee. How do these guests rate the holiday complex after spending a fortnight there?
It's been relaxing. It's been a beautiful environment. It's almost like 4 separate villas in one, and you couldn't better it.
Not quite daylight yet, is it? We've had what I call the grandparents of the family. They've told us they want to come back next year, so that'd be good. Fingers crossed.
That's a bottle of wine. Kindly provided on the first night for my wife.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much.
So the older members of the party look like they may be back. How about the younger ones?
Sitting outside in the evening and watching shooting stars was pretty good with the kids. I haven't done that for a long time, and that was good. I'm used to having a little bit more. I like having a local bar I can walk to. I'm a bit too English for my own good. Just a pub would be perfect. So if you could put one in.
Fine, no problem. You're not the first to have said that. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Good to see you. That's all right. No problem. Safe journey back. I think it went very well. They were quite happy with what was provided. See you then. Take care. Dominic's main thing was there wasn't a bar we could walk to. So we can do, but it's an hour. I don't know if they'll come back or not. I don't know. We'll see.
So the accommodation is a hit, but the boys know they need to address the lack of local entertainment.
It's a very specific sort of place to go because you don't come here if you want nightlife and raucous partying. It's not really. It's just a very relaxing, quiet, peaceful, hot break.
When you're showing people around, you get the odd, oh, right. And you're thinking, is that a, I don't quite like that, or is that a, that's nice?
To help guests with places to visit, Peter and Lee are searching out local restaurants so they can recommend to their clientele.
The shock here is when people come and stay, say, oh, where's the nearest McDonald's? It's 40 minutes down the motorway. Oh.
There's a nice tapas bar in town, and you can go there, and the tapas is $1.50, and it's homemade and it's lovely and fresh.
And tonight they've discovered a place where for the price of a Big Mac, you can get a 2-course meal.
Oh, bueno. Wow.
Cooked by a professionally trained chef who worked in several top London restaurants.
This is a cafe on the edge of a motorway opposite a garage, and the food is fantastic. That looks gorgeous, doesn't it? That's one thing we're spoilt for over here is seafood. It's just amazing what you can eat. It's probably different if you go to the Costas. There's probably more there, but here in the sticks.
I wouldn't know where to go for a Thai meal.
No.
wouldn't have an idea where even to start looking.
Peter and Lee might have found a good eatery within driving distance. But the need for more facilities is underlined by feedback from their first guests on their return home.
Oh, look.
Yeah. Here comes the yummy food.
Oh, this is the tapas.
This is the tapas, yeah. It was delicious.
Right clean on the pillow?
The thing that stood out for me was the standard of the accommodation.
Yes.
Yeah. It was beautiful.
Beautiful.
It's just if you want to be able to walk to
a restaurant,
a
you
bar,
can't.
that's the only thing.
Yeah.
There really wasn't.
There was nothing.
No.
It would enhance the place if there was more around.
Yeah.
Even a bar.
Yeah, a bar.
There was a bar in the next village.
Yeah, not walking though.
Yeah.
No.
If there was something within walking distance, it would be perfect.
Yes.
Will the lack of restaurants and bars on their doorsteps scupper Peter and Lee's chances? It's been nearly 10 months since Mark and Sylvie Young arrived in the Dordogne in southwest France.
Does that look like it's running down?
Yeah.
And their dream of offering their country house for rent is now inching closer.
We decided to call it Au Volet Bleu at the Blue Shutters because I always say to the delivery driver, it's the house after the turning on your left with the blue shutters.
Mark and Sylvie will spend the winter working on their interiors so they're ready to open next year.
The positioning of the letters is where I want them to be.
Putting up this sign is the final job before they can take photos to advertise their gîte.
Sylvie's taking full responsibility for this because this is totally her idea. I said I'd give it a go.
But can project manager Mark really let go?
And the O line up with the S. Don't look, can you see, it's just my carton, it's not straight.
Are you sure?
Yes!
No. No, the bubble is nothing to do with this way.
All right, where is the way then?
Ignore the bubble, it's just a straight line. If you do that, the bubble's still straight.
Oh, yeah. So everything is...
Some things, there are moments in life that you treasure. Yes, you can see it straight. Look, because the bubble's in the middle. Quality.
Oh, no. This is my project, so I carry on. And for once, he's the one going and pick up the kids from school. To see the kids, how they've settled here, and to see two kids that were kind of shy to what they are now. You know, it's like two different kids in the past 8 months.
Ready for your muscles? Go on, Denise. Go on. Look at that.
Sunday, we always do roasties. So the meat is often French, and the potatoes and the Yorkshire are from England. Half and half, like our family, half and half. It's amazing how we all changed. Our family unit has changed. We're so much more closer.
Can I have the Yorkshire pudding that looks like a Millennium Falcon, please?
Mark's worries about not finishing on time to take sunny pictures of their new house were ill-founded.
Beautiful day to do it, and it's an achievement day. It's like a tick day.
Just one final touch to go.
Will it fit?
Let
go then.
It's now time to think about attracting their much-needed guests.
And that is Au Volet Bleu.
For me, it's like, okay, how can we make sure that we're booked up the rest of the year? That's already in my head. No, it's good.
It's good.
I love it.
Good. I like that. That is nice. It's subtle.
Yeah, it's
what
not
we
in
are.
your face, you know?
It's wood, it's stone, it's carved. Yes. Perfect. Exactly what we want.
You got one post really tall, one post really small.
It's us, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look, Sylvie, Au Volet Bleu is born.
Yeah.
The beginning of a great adventure.
After months of building work, the village of Rouffignac is edging closer to the opening of its first sheet. And both Mark and Sylvie are finally relaxing and starting to take part in village life.
Je veux un tracteur. I want one.
Sylvie has even joined the local roller derby team.
This is something for me to just be me, not be maman or not be honey, you know, but just be Sylvie.
I should have put my glasses on.
If all goes to plan, the Jeet will be open next spring. And hopefully they can welcome their first guests.
Now I can't wait to have people in it. Or like people on that patio, you know, enjoying themselves and, yeah.
I feel good. I feel at peace. I feel relaxed, which is a lovely feeling. I haven't felt relaxed for many, many months. Joyous is a word I'd use.
It's a nice shot. No going back.
No going back.
No. That's one thing we're for sure. And
yeah, both of us absolutely agree. We're not going back.
We're not going back.
We adore it here. People enjoying it would be worth every day we spent working on it. Yeah.
Making people their holidays.
Together, we pulled it off.
Yeah. So we're proud of each other.
Yeah, we are proud of each other. We've done well. Team Young might have had its dark days, but in the end we came through, didn't we? You know?
Yeah. Well done, honey.
Yeah.
The tourist season is about to start in the southern Spanish town of Benalmádena. And just 8 days ago, the Jones family arrived here from Wigan. They've bought a bar on the Costa del Sol, which they're hoping to refurbish and open in time for the start of the summer.
Well, kids, this is ours. We've got to make it.
Yeah, we'll make it easy.
To save some money, they've been living with Carl's mum 200 miles away from the bar. In a bid to cut down their 400 miles round-trip commute, today the family have made a sudden decision.
Let's go inside.
They're splashing €1,000 on renting their own house.
I'm excited. Get my house at last. Hola.
Here's your property in Alcalcín, very quiet location.
Wendy and Becca have chosen a 3-bedroom villa in the stunning village of Alcalcín, 40 miles from the pub. The rent is €500 a month, a third of the cost back home in Wigan.
We can actually get away from the hustle and bustle of all the town life and the bar life that we're going to be doing, rather than living above a pub like we did in England.
What you need to pay every month is €500, €1,000 deposit. Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Go find the lads now. We got the keys.
Oh, bloody time, where you been? Sitting here cooking.
Nestled in the hills, it will be the perfect escape after a day's hard graft at the bar.
Home, ashtrays out. Gorgeous, love it. The only noise is the birds. But I can live with that.
During the winter time, when the business winds down a bit, you just sit down and relax. Oh, I'm a hard worker, don't get me wrong when I get going, but when you relax, you have to relax, don't you?
Got a nice kitchen, nice big fridge.
For daughter Rebecca, their new home represents a big step forward in their Spanish adventure.
It's the first milestone of my venture. It's my first home. Eventually, we do want to have a family. It's making it feel real that we're actually moving to Spain, starting a business in Spain. Everything starts from this address, really. There's no plan B. This is it. This is all our money, all our property, everything rides on making this work now.
Right, they're taking the wooden unit, the table and chairs, the microwave.
But after renting the house, the Joneses have only €1,000 left for upgrading their bar.
My bank is empty. Rebecca's bank is empty. We've got nothing left. We need to open the bar so we can start earning money.
But things are going to get a whole lot trickier.
I hope the house is okay. We now have a big problem as we needed your deposit for our
There's been a
deposit.
misunderstanding between the landlord and the estate agent.
Please can you sort it out urgently?
And Wendy's just been asked to pay an extra €500.
I've no money. I've no money spare that I can give as an extra month's rent. You know, money doesn't grow on trees. Might be plenty around here, but it doesn't grow on any of them. I'm sorry, I've just got to breaking point. I can't deal with it.
Push comes to shove, we'll just have to get some Lilos and sleep in the bar.
Me and Gal's got a bad back, we can't sleep on Lilos.
Just 2 hours after moving into their new house, they risk being evicted. Will the Joneses manage to cling on to their Spanish dream? It's mid-November in the southern Spanish region of Almeria, home of partners Peter Thompson and Lee Bradford.
Notice, hands full.
It's the end of the tourist season and time for Peter and Lee to take stock. Since they opened their holiday lets, they've had 28 guests. So despite being based in the middle of the Spanish desert, their business venture has proved a success.
Ta-da! Yeah, turn the heat off.
We had a few
inquiries. People wanted to come, and word has spread, really. Everyone who's been here has said they've never slept so well. So you take that as a good omen. People like it, but yeah, it's trying to explain to guests that there isn't a sports bar and there isn't a bar.
Yet.
But all that may be about to change. To better cater not just for their guests, but also the local population,
Right.
Peter and Lee have decided to open a bar and restaurant themselves.
You've done a couple of cooking for people. I think they were impressed with your food. Well, there's nothing else here. The competition's quite a way away. I don't know, go for it.
Over the last 3 weeks, Peter and Lee have been looking around the village of El Puertecico for empty buildings in which to set up their new business.
As you come into the village, there's a bit that says for sale, and that used to be the village bar. So we went up there to have a look to see if it's worth buying the bar.
Get to the point with the price.
Sorry. And so we said, right, so, you know, how much are we talking about? How much are we talking about? And she wanted €120,000 for it.
I think
so we went goodbye.
We thought it would be too complicated.
So Peter and Lee have made a big decision. Just 3 months after finishing the renovations on their holiday complex, they've decided to revolutionise its layout and build a restaurant inside it.
So the restaurant's going to be in the ground floor of the 4-bedroom house and the terrace out by the pool.
This bit of wall here.
Yeah, to open it up.
To open it up. We're presuming the ceiling won't come down
It's
with
not a
it.
supporting wall.
We will soon find out if it does.
So this is going to be the kitchen. So we've got a bit of digging out to do.
So basically, we can stand up in it. Just be good. Cracking your head, carrying plates.
The restaurant's going to seat about 30, and we're hoping to open it Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday lunch only. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. All the neighbours seem quite positive about it.
Very.
There's certainly no contest over who will be in the kitchen once the restaurant is up and running.
I'll be in charge, obviously. And in the
Delusional.
kitchen.
Been out in the sun too long.
And Peter will be wiping tables.
And I'll be doing everything else.
The people who are serving might be slow, so you need to keep the food warm, don't you?
Peter and Lee asked an architect to plan the restructuring of their 4-bedroom house.
Because we're making structural changes, you have to have a building licence. So nothing's really going to start until New Year now. They seem to think it must be about 3 or 4 months to do everything. We have a template for the size of the tables, so that we can then go around the rooms and work out how much room we've got. In this room, the architects put in 4, 8, 12 people. Be cosy. So the wall will come down to there.
This project will certainly keep Peter and Lee occupied throughout the winter.
I don't think it's that far, but
there then.
Yeah.
And they hope to launch their new restaurant in time for the start of the next tourist season.
So after we spend all our time putting all the furniture together in here, you can take it all apart again and move it again. Having only been in here, Spain, this will be the 4th move.
This sofa's travelled the world.
It's been on 4 moves from Watford, hasn't it?
20 months after moving to Spain, Peter and Lee hope they will be able to replicate the success of their first business and look forward to the future with confidence.
I think now that we've been here like 2 years, I think it's become more and more evident how much of a change we have made. But I don't think we'd ever go back.
I don't think we'd be this happy in the UK. You hated your job anyway.
Yeah, thank you.
And so yeah, no, very happy. It's the right thing to do.
Yeah, definitely.
Next time, as they prepare to open their new bar,
How much?
the Joneses try to break through the language barrier.
If there's a sign that says $8.99, you can say that. Done.
Very good, darling. If I put those on, it actually makes your job look a lot better.
A husband and wife team build their dream house in France.
We've got a hand-picked selection of the best builders available, Helen. Me. Oh, there's your other foot, darling.
One small, one large. I'm never going to assume.
And one tough businessman finally cracks.
You're not scared, are you? Absolutely. Yes, I am. Oh, Jesus. Voice.
It's a dream chased by thousands of Brits each year.
Number one's the weather.
Heading to Europe to set up new lives and businesses in the sun.
Are you ready?
They're seduced by gorgeous scenery.
It's just about the space out here. There's so much space.
Year-round sun and a better, cheaper way of life.
Our living room in London, you'd fit in 4 times.
But how easy is it to turn the dream into a reality?
Money's dripping in and flooding out.
In this series, we follow those expats as they say goodbye, Blighty.
I think I'm full.
And begin their new lives, setting up bars and restaurants in Spain.
That's what we're talking about, girlfriend.
Gîtes and B&Bs in France.
Totally and utterly out of my depth.
When nothing is ever as simple as it sounds.
It's probably not good for my blood pressure, yes.
It can fail, but it won't fail. Not if I've got anything to do with it.
On today's show, as they prepare to open their new bar in Spain,
How much?
these great escapers try to break through the language barrier.
If there's a sign that says $8.99, you can say that. Done.
Very good, darling. If I put those on, it actually makes your job look a lot better.
A husband and wife team build their dream house in France.
We've got a hand-picked selection of the best builders available, Helen. Me. Oh, there's your other foot, darling.
One small, one large. I'm never going to assume.
And one tough businessman finally cracks.
You're not scared, are you? Absolutely. Yes, I am. Boy.
Costa del Sol, southern Spain, one of the most laid-back countries in the world. According to a recent report, Spanish people devote on average 16 out of 24 hours a day to relaxation, eating, drinking and sleeping. But the Jones family from Wigan have decided they want a piece of the Spanish action and have just bought the licence for this bar.
Well, kids, this is ours. We've got to make it.
Yeah, we'll make it easy.
I've always loved Spain. I've been coming here since I was about 6 and I feel at home here. I've never really felt at home in any of the other countries that I've been to.
Once they're open, they plan to attract customers with their unique mix of British food and dance music.
We're hoping to be that destination pub. Oh, that bar, it's brilliant. Let's go back there.
All those old ones are working, you just sat there.
It's about time.
Despite having no water or electricity, last week the Joneses started renovations on the pub. They only have €1,500 left in their budget, so they'll have to spend their money wisely.
We're on a big budget shoestring.
By the skin of our teeth.
Yeah, very much so.
But once we get going and we can open up, the more we spend money, the more we'll be making money. We'll literally be speculating to accumulate.
But the renovations are now on hold. They need to stump up more money for the rent on their new house.
We now have a big problem as we needed your deposit for our deposit.
As there's been a misunderstanding between the English landlord and the Spanish estate agent.
I've no money. I've no money spare that I can give.
If Wendy pays the extra €500, she might not have enough left to open the bar.
What a mess.
But if she doesn't pay, their dream of a life in the sun may come to a sudden end as they face being evicted.
When you've only got so much, you've only got so much. You have to live by your budget.
Within just 3 hours of moving in and not knowing whether they will ever come back to this house, the Joneses return to the estate agent to see if there's any room for negotiation.
Well, we've gone to see if we can sort out what the actual owner of the house wants. So it's either she says, right, give me what you can and pay the rest in instalments, or we can't have the house, simple as. We're stuffed, basically.
You have to pay me now 500 more.
What are our options now? Because obviously
The only option is that you pay the €500 now. Ellos te van a pagar ese otro mes.
You need to learn the language.
One little tiny little misunderstanding.
If you don't cross the T's and dot the I's, you're buggered.
Yeah.
I'm happy to get the 500 to her as soon as I physically can. Because obviously we're coming into the season now and we should be earning.
After 90 minutes of intense haggling by Wendy and Becca, their efforts finally pay off. The landlord agrees to give the Joneses some breathing space.
They are strong women and they've got broad shoulders. I will put my foot in when I'm positive that they need it. Because if I do it prematurely, poof, that's it. All hell breaks loose.
we've got from the 8th to the 13th to come up with €500, pretty much 4 weeks to get that money. I need a drink too.
The new agreement with the landlord means the Joneses won't be homeless and can keep on living the dream.
As far as it goes in the contract, we don't pay that 500 anymore, but if we miss our deadline date of paying every month, we have to vacate the property immediately. I didn't understand. It's so confusing.
So now they can get on with buying fittings for the bar.
Will we take credit card?
Do you take card? Credit card? See? Right.
And James is keen to avoid any further misunderstandings about money today.
If you don't know $8.99 in their language, if there's a sign that says $8.99, you can say that. Done. You know, language barrier broken, done.
If only you could have done that with the landlord. Back at the villa, the relieved family can unpack. Again.
All I want is a cold drink.
I was frightened we were going to be homeless tonight. We've got no choice now, we've got to make it home.
As soon as them stuff come out of the car, they ain't going back in, I'm sorry.
No, okay.
Agreed?
Yes, son-in-law. Next big challenge, the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll deal with that tomorrow. I don't want to think about the bar tonight.
90 kilometres down the road on the Costa del Sol, the town of Fuengirola was a traditional fishing port, which has now become one of southern Spain's main tourist destinations. This country has the second highest number of bars per inhabitant, the first being Cyprus.
You are so rude.
It's now home to best friends of 15 years, Gary Adamson and Karen Hiles, who've ploughed all their savings into opening Sam's Bar.
€6, thank you. Thank you. I'm very happy at this moment in time. Life couldn't be better.
12 months ago, Karen, we had nothing.
Nothing.
Life is good.
We're living the dream.
Living the dream. We're happy.
No, we're happy. Yeah,
we're happy.
definitely.
Right, that's it. Finished now. Lovely, thank you.
But after a great start to the season,
get it!
They've suffered a power cut.
2 phases are working, 1 phase isn't. Obviously, it's affected business this evening because we've got to turn people away.
Today, an electrician has come to try and identify what has gone wrong with the power supply.
I don't want to risk anything. The electrician is actually now in the main box. There is a dodgy wire in there which he thinks that could be the problem. So he's actually just testing all the different areas in the box now. So fingers crossed he can resolve the problem. Any luck?
This cable
is
very hot.
Hot, too much.
Power this
too
cable.
much, yeah.
Today you work.
Ah, thank you, thank you.
It seems like he's fixed the fuse box.
Let's try the till, hold on.
Now time to test if it works.
Let's try this one. Yes, 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 yes. Alfonso. It's actually a big fuse that's gone. It's controlling everything on the back line there. And we think that we're feeding too much into that one fuse. It's actually burnt out. Yes! We can hear a buzz. So, temporary fix for today to get us up and running, and then tomorrow I'll come back and get us up and running properly. But we have a temporary fix for today, so we're going to be operational, which is really, really good news. This one's not working still. That's the only one that's not working. I'm not worried.
No, that's one.
No, that's one. Oh, no, that's not. It helps if you turn the switch on.
Thankfully, Gary and Karen can now concentrate on making the most of the summer season. It's now mid-June when an estimated 1 million tourists descend on the Costa del Sol from all over Europe.
That's what happens when you're in your first year of your business, you get them full bloody sugar at home. Oh, here comes the boss.
There's no rest for these business partners.
You look good and fresh today. I was joking.
It's 6 a.m. and Gary and Karen are hoping the start of another busy day. Sam's might have enjoyed some early success, but Gary and Karen can't rest on their laurels.
Not having your breakfast? It's because you don't do mornings.
With over 500 bars waging a daily battle for customers, they are monitoring online rankings to measure their popularity.
So we get a lot of business on the back of TripAdvisor. It's a very powerful tool, isn't it? It is. I mean, when we first opened on it, we were ranked 602 at the time.
And now Gary and Karen want to climb all the way to the top spot on the list.
But number one, they've got like 300 odd reviews, you know? I mean, and they're well worthy of it, obviously.
Today, there's a chance for Gary and Karen to cash in on an important day of celebrations. On the 23rd of June each year, the festival of San Juan, or St. John, is celebrated across Spain to mark the arrival of the summer solstice.
San Juan starts the official summer season. It also coincides with the children finishing school. Everybody congregates on the beach. But everyone's on the beach and they're partying and drinking, and on the back of that, with so many people around. You hope if you can have just a little bit of that pie.
Gary and Karen are counting on San Juan to bring in business and give them a chance to improve their online rating. But with most of the tourists opting for a meal on the beach, it's a slow start to the day. Will Gary and Karen manage to attract some of the tourists, or will the San Juan Festival prove to be a washout?
Tonight, say we really don't know how it's going to go tonight.
The Haute Vienne department in the green heart of France, with 83 million tourists flocking to enjoy its sunshine, food and wine, this is officially the most visited country in the world. For Matt and Helen Bradley and their 3 sons, building a new life across the Channel has been all about making a change. Before they left London, Matt was a jobbing actor and Helen was a stay-at-home mum.
We wanted out. We were on a council estate in southeast London and thought we just kind of wanted, you know, a different type of life, really. So we came to Matt's uncle's gîte and then just never went, really, did we?
It was just getting too stressful, you know, one life, you know. And so we ducked out.
After moving to France, Matt and Helen set up their own construction firm.
Oh, yes.
Oh, there's the other foot, darling.
Matt, that actually nearly did
No,
go
I'm sorry. Sorry, it was irresponsible.
But after an injury, Matt had to wind up the business.
I couldn't move my shoulder, and I got rid of everyone. And so I was trying to build with one arm. So I went to my physio and said, could you write a letter for me? So I read the letter that she wrote for me, and it said, he's as close to a breakdown and depression as I've ever seen. I said, all right. That's enough. Just the first couple of the lines would have been all right.
Matt and Helen are currently trying to get their finances in order. They've bought a gîte, which provides income from May to September, but they are down to their last €6,000. They are building their own house, and to cut costs, they've already moved in.
You're very good, darling. If I put those on, it actually makes your job look a lot better. We've got a hand-picked selection of the best builders available working on our house at the moment, which is Helen and me.
And Matt.
And so we've done everything, literally everything from foundations up to roof.
The gîte brings some money in, but without the building business, the Bradleys need another source of income. But Matt has a plan.
I was looking for something else to do, and the more I read, the more I kept coming back to hypnosis.
After 7 years of training, Matt has qualified as a hypnotherapist, treating everything from insomnia to panic attacks. Today, Matt has an appointment with one of his first ever clients.
We have a time pressure for this room because people have to be lying down and they have to be comfortable. So at the moment, I'm actually going to the clients' houses. It's not ideal. Yesterday, I was doing it and there was a dog howling downstairs throughout the whole of it.
For Matt to be able to work, furniture and clutter aren't the only things that need to be cleared out.
It's in our living room, which means that obviously I've got to get out of the house. So yeah, we all get out of the house and then roam the supermarkets for hours on end.
Hi, Pauline.
With his family evicted, Matt can get to work.
Look, are you comfortable on that sofa? Because it's
Yes.
so deep.
Yeah,
I can
it is
put
quite
some,
deep, but
it is
I'll
deep.
put the next
So
one.
put-
Well, nearly.
No. Let's put that there.
Yeah.
Put that there.
Matt's first client, Pauline, lives nearby and has decided to try hypnotherapy to get rid of her occasional panic attacks.
If you were to give that feeling of panic that you had a number between 1 and 10, 1 being not really bother you at all, it's okay, and number 10 being very, very worrying, scary, and very emotional.
Yeah, let's say something between 8 and 10.
From the nearby.
If Matt's clients are surprised at the results of his sessions, they're not the only ones.
Sometimes I can't believe that people walk out and go, I can't believe it's gone. And I'm like, oh, I can't believe it either. You know, it's a miracle. But they do, don't they? They walk out and go, it's gone.
Mad.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
But did Matt fix Pauline's problem?
Yes, he did. He did, yeah. He has a nice approach. It's very close, very familiar, but also very professional. It's nice.
Time will tell if Pauline's problem has gone away for good. But But for today, despite a makeshift consulting room, it was a successful session. But there's another obstacle to making this a viable income for Matt. His business is in one of France's most remote regions.
You look around you and you can see how inhabited it is. You know, there's not enough people around at the moment to make it work in English, so I'm doing it in French and starting to build it with a French clientele.
But with funds dwindling, their business will have to grow, and quickly.
I nearly went in my eye there.
Sorry, darling. I would say we've probably got till the end of the summer to turn a part-time income into a revenue. 3 months to get the business of hypnosis up and running and making its own way, and 3 months to finish the house, which will take us to the end of summer. And then we'll have to start looking at food banks, probably.
We're not going to starve to death, are we?
No.
Not with the leeks that we're growing down
Yeah, yeah. Check out leeks out.
On the Costa del Sol, the Jones family have just managed to avoid being evicted from their new home.
Gagging. Is that mine?
There you go, that's yours.
After spending their first night at their new address, they are now getting to know their surroundings.
I've nicknamed these mountains. This one up here is the Valley of Joy. It looks like a pair of boobies. And that one there is the Horny Mountain, because up there it looks like a horn.
Which one do you like the most?
Big boobies.
With their bar on the Costa yet to open, the Joneses are down to their last €800. But they've decided to spend 13 of them on one luxury item.
Becca was moaning, saying that she hadn't got a pool. And so we decided to treat her to her own pool. And there it is, Becca's little haven. There.
When it's too hot, you'll all be jumping in.
If I jump in that, the bloody water will jump out.
At 9:30 on the dot, the Joneses set off on their daily commute to Ben El Madina, home to their new bar. They're hoping to open the bar this week, but they're still waiting for their utilities to be reconnected. A common problem for many British expats opening bars in Spain.
The biggest pitfalls is that the bars aren't open and they will need some work. Things like electric, water, all those will have to be reconnected. But it will take time. It could take 2 or 3 weeks.
It's been a week since the Joneses filed their request for water and electricity.
We'll see.
But they still haven't been reconnected. This will be one more day without income, and they still need to clean the bar.
One there.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Here's another way of cleaning. You buy bottles of water, and then you've got water to clean with. You pay for water one way or another. The only thing is I can't have hot water, I've got to clean it with cold water. But we've found if you leave this water out in the sun long enough, it goes warm anyway.
The bar hasn't been cleaned properly for months, so Wendy and Becca have their work cut out.
No.
That's why it stinks so much.
That has not been flushed or cleaned. That's going to need a good scrubbing and bleaching.
Nothing a mum armed with 3 gallons of mineral water can't fix.
Let's get this done. It does. But hopefully, this will give it a good cleaning and flushing.
While Wendy is up to her elbows in bleach.
That'll make it smell a lot better.
On the terrace, the boys are busy being a live advertisement for Skiver's Rest.
You did nothing yesterday. Look, you're making an old woman struggle. You're just sat there.
Once they get going, they're really good workers. It's getting them to move in the beginning. Yeah. Like all men.
Do you need some help?
Yeah, please.
Come on, start clearing this stuff out.
You get the TV. Young man.
Young man with a bad back.
I've got a bad back.
So it's all hands on deck.
I need a break.
But with no aircon in 35-degree heat, it's hard work.
I'll tell you something, last night
was side by side on the patio with a builder's bucket full of water with feet in it. Oh, it's lovely.
The Joneses now have just €650 left. And cleaning the floor with mineral water is literally pouring money down the drain. Wendy has done the sums, and unless things change, they might be in trouble.
I wanted to be open today, but it ain't happened. I've now got to feed my family for another week with no income coming in. I basically want everything ready to just stick glasses and bottles on and open the door and say, we're open. It's got to be open by next Friday now. We're really squeezing every last penny we can in order to just last out this final week.
At Sam's Bar in Fuengirola on the Costa del Sol.
1 ham and cheese and 1 chicken mayo. Do you want any chips at all or anything?
I'm all right with that.
Yeah, Sam?
Yeah.
Can you take these menus away, guys? I'll put your order in. Lovely. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Owner Gary is hoping to cash in on one of Spain's biggest festivals, San Juan.
San Juan is massive over here in Spain. We're right on the front, and we're hoping to cash in on a bit of that.
It's not just sales that Gary and Karen are after.
It's very hot today, isn't it? It's boiling.
As newcomers, they are currently low down in the online rankings. But they're determined to get good reviews and climb all the way to the top.
You don't like it too hot?
Oh yeah, we love it.
You like it? Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say we love it because there's one person who's in it for 2 minutes and says, I think I've got to move.
Who's that?
You.
This year, thousands of people have turned up in the Costa del Sol to celebrate San Juan. But for the moment, they are not budging from the beach, and what's worse, they've brought their own drinks. But Gary's sure they will come his way eventually.
If it is busy, and there's lots of people on the beach and they want drinks, and we've got all the takeaway cups in and everything, they're going to come to us, hopefully, for the drinks. Might be a bit later on in the evening, because as the night goes on, the beer runs out and runs dry, and then they're going to come over to us. That's what we're hoping.
But they've just found out some insider information.
We've been told that we're at the wrong end of it, of where it's most busy. It's more busier right down in Fuengirola. Some bars actually around here and some restaurants are actually closing early.
Despite the tip, Gary and Karen decide to stay open.
Menus? Yeah, absolutely, yeah. But obviously, me and Karen, we're taking no notice of that. We're going to stay open and we're going to give it a go. Lovely. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Choosing to ignore their neighbours' advice is a brave decision.
To be honest with you, we've gone into it eyes wide open anyway. If we were to listen to that, in fact, we listened to that, we'd be closing now anyway. 1 small, 1 large. I'm never going to assume. So is that one? Enjoy your drinks. Is it going to work? We don't know. Small beer, 1 large and 1 small, yeah? OK. A chocolate milk, table 6.
Staying open means that Gary and Karen will have to pay 2 staff, so there's a lot riding on this.
2 Fantas and 1 water? And a water as well, yeah? OK, guys. Yeah, just take some drinks to another table. We'll come back for your food order, all right?
Halfway through the day, it's time for Gary to take stock.
Yeah, to be honest with you, a slow start to the day. But as the day's gone on, we got our usual lunchtime rush. And that was a real good, steady afternoon.
But it's the evening when they make the most money. And with the beach celebrations hotting up, Gary's worried he might have made the wrong decision to stay open.
Looking around, there are now more people turning up, more people going out to the beach, families, taking the barbecues and the food and the drink, and there's a guy just taking his music system across the road. At this stage, I can't see San Juan for us being particularly great.
San Juan's festival is a massive part of Spanish life, held not just in Fuengirola, but throughout Spain. It attracts millions of youngsters to the coast, where they party until the early hours of the morning. The Spanish locals are all celebrating on the beach, but the good news is British tourists are flocking to Sam's, the perfect place to watch the celebrations.
Are you eating, guys, are you? Are you eating? Yeah, smashing. You're welcome to have this table then. All right, get a couple of menus.
So 2 ice creams, 1 with chocolate sauce, yeah? Yeah, no worries. A double vodka? OK. Anything else? Yeah?
It's now 11 o'clock and it looks like Gary was right to ignore the warnings.
Thanks very much, mate. Thank you. Have a nice night, lady. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks very much. And do you know what? We've had a really, really good night, actually. It picked up from about 7 o'clock onwards, it picked up. Our kitchen's just closed now, and we've had a really, really good night, surprisingly. We've not had a table spare. And, yeah, entertainment going on as well. It's fantastic, like, you know.
With Gary and Karen's fortunes once again on the up, will this expat couple manage to keep the momentum going? Haute-Vienne, central France. After leaving London, Matt and Helen Bradley have fallen in love with the beautiful rural surroundings of the village of La Maze.
We moved a bit, we travelled around France, but we keep coming back to this part of France because it's as pretty as anywhere.
Eager to live a simpler life, they are building their own house. But they're quickly running out of cash, so Matt's now focusing on getting his new hypnotherapy business up and running. He's had a handful of customers so far, and his first experiences are encouraging.
I said, so, OK, try and get up. And she got up and was like, I can walk. And I said, is the pain gone? And she said, yeah. I said, so why are you walking like that? Stand up straight. And she did. And she couldn't, and she started crying.
Matt is trying to get his hypnotherapy business off the ground.
Grass needs cutting, but that's all it's grown in 2 weeks, which ain't bad, is it?
But the Bradleys also have their gîte to run. One set of guests has just left, and they have to get the house ready for the next.
It's neat, isn't it?
Currently, this is the Bradleys' only source of income.
Yeah, all washed up. Nothing in the dishwasher.
Are there any lollies in the freezer? Let's get down to business.
Matt and Helen share the house chores in the same way as they do the building work.
You would say that this didn't need cleaning again, is what you would say if you were doing it.
I wouldn't be cleaning it again. The total we got it for was 30,000 euros. Helen and I have done all the renovation here, so from the double glazed windows to the upstairs to the barn.
Just that you could just brush as you're chatting.
You see, constant harassment. So now I reckon this is probably worth about 180,000 in the, well, we know it's worth about 180,000 because we might have to sell it.
After all the work they've put into it, selling the gîte would be a great shame. To keep it, Matt has less than 3 months to grow his hypnotherapy business. Seeking inspiration, he's on his way to meet a successful local alternative practitioner.
We're going to go and see a guy called Michel, French guy, who's a magnetizer. Now, I'm not quite sure what a magnetizer does. He uses a lot of sort of Eastern ideas. I know he's very busy. It's like how he gets on with the business side of things. So he's interesting. I'm interested in what he does and to see whether we can swap some practical ideas.
People travel miles to the small village of Jumiac in Haute-Vienne.
Michel.
Hello.
To see a colourful local character, Michel the Magnetizer. Since he opened his alternative practice 15 years ago, Michel is convinced he's had success treating all kinds of ailments.
Somebody comes in, maybe they burnt themselves, or the kids burnt themselves, he can take the heat away and he'll take the burn away.
Avec les équipes de foot, des fois on m'appelle que je vais.
Ah oui? So he's saying sometimes he gets called with the footballers because they twist their ankle. He not just stops the pain, but he puts the nerves back in place.
Michel has 20 to 30 clients every week, so Matt wants to observe his work to understand why he is so popular around these parts.
Yeah, so he's saying he's looking at my energy levels, and at the moment I'm tired, which is true. And I don't know if it works. You know, if it works, well, fantastic. Interesting. Merci beaucoup. I feel more sort of energised. You know, my eyes feel as though a little bit more with it, as opposed to trying to fight the fatigue.
Re-energised, Matt gets down to the nitty-gritty. How can a holistic business thrive in such a remote location?
So those are his bookings, and that's why I've got an awful lot to learn from him. I mean, in a little place like this, it's absolutely booked out.
Matt's operating in a completely different discipline from Michelle's.
He said he was born with this ability. Well, I haven't been born with that talent. I'm coming from a real practical side. I just think that we can sort of refresh, recharge thoughts and where we're going, and we can make more positive choices. Au revoir, merci.
But the visit has opened his tired eyes.
If he's getting that much business, one of us is doing something wrong, and it ain't him. No, he said he started off like that, and he said yours will build. He'd heard good things about me. I don't know if he was just being nice, but I'll take it.
Although buoyed from the visit, Matt remains realistic.
I do worry about it, you know, financially. How can it be supported? Because, of course, I could go and get a job doing some building work, but my heart's not in that anymore. It would take the energy that I need to promote the hypno. I've got much more to offer as a hypnotherapist than as, as another builder. There's a lot of good builders around front.
In Benalmádena on the Costa del Sol, the Jones family are no closer to opening their new bar, as they are desperately waiting for the electricity and water to be switched on.
I wanted to be completely my own boss. I didn't want to run a bar under a brewery anymore, which is what we've done in the UK.
Lovely.
But these new bar owners are determined not to waste any of this downtime.
We're all hungry.
So they are testing out a dish that they hope will bring punters flocking to the bar. Cerdo a la plancha.
You can serve them all on a baguette and everything, and it's a salad and a bit of crisps on the side, and it's a quick and cheap meal for us to prepare. And I think the customers will like it. You can cook them, no matter what, on the frying pan or on the Plancha? Plancha? Plancha, I'll get my words right sooner or later. Plancha. It's just basically deep frying them until they're nice and golden. Bit of seasoning, that'll do.
We're offering something that I suppose any sort of culture can relate to, because it doesn't really relate to any culture, if that makes sense. It's not Italian, it's not English, it's not French. It's just...
Now choose your words carefully, Becca.
It's just mixing it up in our own way.
But to create magic in the kitchen, every sorcerer needs an apprentice.
I like eating food, but that's about as much experience as I get. I'm really good at that.
James has to learn what Carl can do. Within 6 months, James will be able to do.
He's doing a good job. It's about time he did something.
Do you want to eat the lettuce or wear it?
Ta-da!
Ooh, that looks nice. Thank you.
And this is not the only dish Carl has devised. He has plenty more clever ideas.
And here we go. A burnt Neapolitan. There you go. Bob's your uncle. Have a try. Oh.
With the bar menu sorted,
I'll pay for that.
all the Joneses need is the utilities reconnected at the bar so they can stock up on food and get ready for the opening.
One word. Yum.
But the next morning,
Nothing on.
they still have no electricity or water.
Oh. So that's it.
Everyday living costs and their 80-mile commute mean that they are now down to their last €120, and their opening day is drifting further away.
My advice is have a lot of money, because you've got to live for 2 months and you earn nothing in that time.
At the moment, the situation is dire. I've got enough food in the cupboards for the next 3 days.
I'm getting annoyed about it.
I've tried living with 2 blokes that don't get food. They've become very ratty.
The Joneses filed their request at the Spanish Water and Electricity Board over 2 weeks ago. All they can do now is wait and hope.
God. You all right? Have you hurt your back?
How embarrassing.
You missed the whole thing.
If you lose your sense of humour, you might as well just curl up your toes and die.
I can't get up.
The Joneses may be in a difficult situation, but if they can turn it around over the next week, they may still be in with a chance of success.
I'm dying. You're desperate.
Money can't buy your happiness, but it certainly helps you along in life.
My mobile's been cut off, mine and Carl's, and hers is going to be cut off next. I'm getting frightened. Might have to sell this place before we even open it.
Next week we're going to be homeless, we're going to be barless, we can't afford the rent, we need the electric on. I just literally said, listen, I'm at my wit's end. What can you do? So we're literally just crying out for help now.
Just 15 kilometres down the road in Fuengirola, it's the height of the summer season and the start of a new day for Sam's Bar.
Oh, I tell you, honestly, God.
Its owners, Gary and Karen, have been working hard to make Sam's a success, but this morning they are leaving it in the care of their staff while they enjoy a slice of their new life in the sun.
Karen, will you just slow down a bit?
I'm excited.
I know you're excited.
With a parasailing trip booked by Karen, something she had promised herself she would do once the bar was up and running.
This is the guy that we're looking for.
This is the guy we're looking for. It's the guy you're looking for, right?
I am, yes.
Karen,
I'm Karen, I am.
Yeah. Kevin, right? Gary, you're not scared, are you?
Absolutely, yes I am.
The port is the starting point of today's trip. After months of hard work at their bar, Gary and Karen will have a chance to get a bird's eye view of the Costa del Sol as they rise 600 feet in the air in a parachute towed by a powerboat.
These are like bloody jelly.
Not everyone is excited about it, though.
I'm really not looking forward to it. My stomach is just doing somersaults here, like, you know, but things we do for Karen.
Scared?
No, anxious.
Anxious?
That's the word. I might kind of let go of my iron at some point.
Are you ready?
No, Karen, you know I'm not.
Time for a quick safety briefing.
Fire exits are here.
Up until this morning, I loved it here in the Costa del Sol.
It's beautiful.
And in around about half hour's time, I'm going to love it once again.
And there's no turning back.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's a rare chance for the pair to enjoy their incredible surroundings as they take in the views of the Costa del Sol and also of their bar, Sam's, which has steadily been growing in popularity over the course of the summer.
I knew that we'd do okay, but I didn't believe that we'd do this well. It's exceeded expectations, which is just, for me, yeah, I'm definitely living the dream. The future is looking rosy.
It's fantastic now. I'm back. I can't be in Mexico.
It was amazing. You're looking a bit green. The same colour as the sea.
Same colour as the sea.
Gary might not have enjoyed the trip, but just 2 weeks later, there's a piece of news which does cheer him up.
You just want to top that up with hot water, do you? No problem.
Gary and Karen had a firm goal when they opened, to make Sam's the most popular bar in Fuengirola, and now they've reached an important milestone.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could just have your attention, please, just for 1 minute, just 1 minute of your time. We just want to announce something that's we're very proud of, an achievement we made here today, actually. When we first started off a little over 4 months ago, we went on TripAdvisor, which I'm sure you've all heard about. And in the area of Fuengirola and Los Beliches, there at the time was 650 bars and restaurants along the coast here. Obviously, we were new in, and we were ranked 656. It was our aim, obviously, to try and get ourselves up, get into the top 100 initially, and then from there on in try and build on it. But the day we received yesterday, we received notification from TripAdvisor themselves that the bar that you are now sat on, Sam's Bar today, we actually got to #1. Thanks very much for that. So it's obviously it's mine and Karen's bar, but we've got a tremendous team behind us as well. And yeah, we do work hard, and it's the reviews that people like yourselves you put in for us as well. And you know, we don't.
Whether we get a free drink or not.
Do you get a free drink? We actually put the prices up now. We're #1. So thanks for reminding me that. Tonight, ladies and gents, 10% on top of your bills tonight, courtesy of this man here. Thank you, sir.
After putting so much into the business, they couldn't have dreamed of a better result.
Very proud moment for us. 600 bars and restaurants here in Fuengirola in the Costa del Sol, and there it is, #1.
It's a bit overwhelming, really. In 4
It is.
months. We didn't expect it this soon. It's, I didn't expect #1, really.
Not really. 650 odd.
Top 10 maybe, but #1.
There are still 2 months before the end of the summer season, and the big question now is, what's next for the owners of the best bar in Fuengirola? Next time, there's an important family conference.
I think a line needs to be drawn in the sand.
As the Joneses fight to keep their dream alive.
No, I don't want to go back to the UK.
Matt is on the look for clients.
Here we are, 2 people, looking good.
But will his demonstration win the work he so desperately needs?
You did something for me that really sort of changed my life.
And at the end of their first season,
I'm the cocktail queen at the moment.
Gary and Karen reckon they've made it.
Is that what you're going to give me?
And now have their eyes on a new business.
Basically, me and Karen want it.